very often angry, and etc., especially in Boston. So, and then there's sort of another, and a lot of times that's machine learning is not a huge part of that. Becoming more and more unclear to me how much, you know, the public information, because a lot of companies say they're doing deep learning just to attract candidates. The reality is that's still not a huge part of the perception. There's LiDAR and there's other sensors that are much more reliable for optical detection. And there's Tesla approach, which is vision only. It's a few companies that, but Tesla most continuously pushing that forward.
And that's because the LiDAR is too expensive, right?
Well, I mean, yes, but I would say if you were to for free give to every Tesla vehicle, I mean, Elon Musk fundamentally believes that LiDAR is a crutch. That if you want to solve the problem of deep learning, LiDAR should not be the primary sensor. It's the belief. The camera is a lot more information. If you want to learn, you want that information. But if you want not to hit obstacles, you want LiDAR. Right? It's this weird trade-off. So what Tesla vehicles have a lot of just the primary fallback sensor radar. Very cool of LiDAR. Mixture of
right, that's why it has problems.
Right. There's a lot of problems with perception. They are doing actually some incredible stuff. Almost like an active learning space where it's constantly taking edge cases and pulling back into the data pipeline. Another aspect that's really important and exciting now is called multitasking learning, which is sort of break apart this problem, whatever the problem is driving. Dozens of little problems. And pipeline, it's kind of interesting. I've skeptical from some less and less skeptical over time, just driving. Still part of the deal that particular companies take will be, but it's constantly surprising that good engineering and selection how you can attack that problem. Question that you're absolutely right. There's much longer tail and all these things. That's a question. Language and all of these I mean, not to linger on the drive in these practical problems. Can it be learned? The current, what are your thoughts of Musk's thought? Let's get the year. Can it be solved?
Any situation that does require kind of are because it wasn't drunk or whatever.
Not because they weren't intelligent.
Not because they weren't intelligent. Right. Whereas the accidents with autonomous vehicles is because they weren't intelligent.
They're always paying attention.
Yeah, they're always paying attention. So it's a trade-off, and I think that it's very fair to say that autonomous vehicles will be ultimately safer than this kind of a low bar.
But just I didn't sense thing.
Yeah, we're great at the common sense, but we're bad at the attention thing. Especially when we're driving boring and phone with. But I think what's going to happen is that for many reasons, not just AI reasons, but also like other, that definition of self-driving is change or autonomous. Not going to be. I'm going to go to sleep in the back and you just drive me anywhere. It's going to be more. Certain areas are going to be instrumented of the sensors and mapping and all, or that the autonomous cars won't have to have full common, and they'll do just fine in those areas as long as pedestrians don't mess with them. That's the question. But I don't think we will have totally autonomous self-driving in the way that like most the average person thinks of it for a very long time.
And to reiterate this interesting open question that I think is on solve fully autonomous driving, you have engineering common sense.
Yes.
I think it's an important thing here and think about. I hope that's wrong, but I currently agree with you that unfortunately to be more specific, so understanding of the works, and also keep a dynamic mention pedestrians and cyclists actually whatever that nonverbal communication call it that also part of common sense.
Right. And pretty that what other
our actions
yeah.
so your team's theoretic dance
Yeah.
or that somehow and the funny thing is because I've watched countless hours of pedestrian video and talked to people who are also really bad at articulating the knowledge, which is a huge challenge. You mentioned, what do you think?
I'm not sure, but I'm around to that more and more. He looms very large.
Certainly had a large personality. He thinks that system needs to be grounded, meaning sort of be able to interact with reality. But the thinking is different. Basically, I want to ask, your body have to be able to play with the world, but do you also mean like that the body you have to?
That's a good question. I haven't really thought about that, but I think both. I would guess because I think intelligence is so hard to separate it from our desire for self-preservation, or emotion, or that non-rational stuff that gets in the way of logical things. Because the way we're talking about human intelligence, human level intelligence, whatever that is, a huge part of it is social. And that we're evolved to be social and deal with other people, and that's just so great. It's hard to separate intelligence. I think AI the last 70 years or around has largely been separate. Very cartoon thing that we're trying to create, but we don't care about all the stuff. And the other stuff is very fun.
There's like emotion get in the way.
As opposed to being a part of
Questions.
see that there's something going around the internet of some, I think, Russia of it that anti-radio. Anyway, so in all these arguments, one was the argument of Slavic pessimism.
Do you remember what the argument is?
It's like nothing ever works. Everything.
So what do you think is the role? Like, this is a fascinating idea that the human mind, emotion, fear, and all those kind of are. Elaborate on that. Like, why is that important? Do you think for human level intelligence?
At least the way the humans work, it's a big part of how it affects how we perceive the world, affects how we make decisions about the world, it affects how we interact with other people, affects our understanding of other people. You know, you understand your what you're likely to do, and you have kind of a theory of mind, and that's very much a theory of emotion. And to understand that, I this next understand her itself. So it's not something that I can prove necessary, but seems very likely.
So, okay. You've written the op-ed in the New York Times titled "We Shouldn't Be Scared by Intelligent AI," and it criticized a little bit Stuart Russell and Foster. Can you try to summarize that article?
So it was spurred by an earlier New York Times op-ed by Stuart Russell, which was summarizing a book called Human Compatible. And the article was saying, you know, if you have super intelligent AI, to have its values align with our values, it has to learn about what we really want. And he gave this example. What if super intelligent AI and the problem of solving climate change, and it decides that the best way to lower the carbon in the atmosphere is to kill all the humans? Okay, so to me that just made no sense at all, because a super intelligent AI, first of all, I'm trying to figure out what is intelligent, and it that something that's super intelligent can't just be intelligent along this one dimension of, okay, there are all the steps that's optimal path to solving climate change, and not be intelligent enough to figure out that you don't want to be killed. One without having, and you know, Bostrom talks about talking about things that exactly. So Bostrom has this example of the super intelligent AI that makes paper. Job is to make paper, not just not experiment to make any sense.
As a experiment, or as a
Either. So I think that, you know, what my op-ed was trying to do was say that intelligence is more complex than people are presenting it. That it's not like so separable. The rationality, the values, the emotion, all of that. That you can separate one of the one dimension doesn't have any of the other. That's why I criticize that. I don't.
Can I read sentences from Yoshua Benja, who always eloquent? He writes, I have the same impression as Melanie. Our cognitive bias limits our ability to learn to solve problems. It may also be a limiting factor for AI. However, this is a may. Things may also turn out differently. A lot of uncertainty. But more importantly for me, the value alignment problem is a problem well before we reach some hypothetical. It's already posing a problem for powerful companies whose objective function not sufficiently aligned with general well-being, bringing all kinds of harmful side effects. He goes on to argue that personality and those kinds of things, aligning values that people something that might come long before we criticism. I was really not take intelligence parts of also kind of says yes, but this is much less intelligent. Maybe these kinds of problems that emerge.
Sure, but I guess the example that he gives there, corporation, that's people, right? Those are people's values. And we're talking about people. Corporations are their values are the values of the people run those corporations.
But the idea is the algorithm, right? So fundamental element of what does the bad thing.
Yeah.
But the algorithm kind of controls the behavior. That's the how it's company direct things engage by engagement, therefore company more cycle that builds an algorithm that more engagement, perhaps vision of the culture, so on, so on.
I guess the question here is sort of who has the agency. So you might say, for instance, we don't want our algorithm to be racist. And facial recognition, some people have criticized facial recognition being racist, not as good on darker letters. Okay, but agency, the actual facial recognition algorithm is what has the agency. It's not the right. I don't know, the combination of the training data, cameras, whatever. But my understanding of, and I say, I agree with Benjio there that there are these value issues, our use of algorithms. But my understanding of what Russell's argument is more that the algorithm, the machine itself has it's the thing that's making the thing that has called value. Yes. So whether that's just a matter of degree, it's hard to say. But I would say that's sort of qualitatively different than face recognition neural network.
And just broadly, on that point, if you look at Elon Musk, Russell, or Ostrom, people who are worried about existential risk, however far into the future. The argument goes, it eventually happens. I don't know how far eventually happens. Do you share any concern? And what kind of concern
lot more in existential threats.
It's been like 100 years.
It's more than 100.
More than 100 years. So that means
more than. I don't know.
So the existential threats so far out in the future, being a million different technologies that we can't even predict now that will implement our reality, society, and so on.
Yeah,
more than.
I think we have so many other pressing going right now. Nuclear weapons, climate problems, poverty, possible pandemic, that go on and on. And I think those, worrying about existential threat from AI is not the best priority. That's kind of my feeling. So far away, but I'm not necessarily criticizing Russell or whoever for worried about that. And I think it's some people should be worried about it. Certainly fine, but I'm more looking at their view of what intelligence. I was more focusing on like their view of the super intelligence than just the fact of the title of the article by
You wrote it like fine with you, but
I actually said like super intelligence is not a coherent. That's not like New York Times.
follow-up argument, not argument, but the statement that I've heard before. I think I kind of have a friendly phrase. It's good for a lot of people to believe.
He's such a nice guy.
Yeah, well, but it's also practice. Like, we shouldn't be logging on articles and Joe Russell is even when we disagree about definitions of intelligence, but have people that right.
I absolutely agree with you there, and right, and New York Times published
Saying, what do you like natural ultimately that's the kind of the or the what the higher level Turing test and
yeah, I still think the original idea of the Turing for intelligence. I mean, I can't think of anything better. The Turing
What up,
test,
Article?
the way that it's carried out. I think a Turing test perhaps nine. They have very many hours, expert judges, all of that. Yes. So we only have like 9 hours. If something the machine has that, I would be willing to tell it.
well model. Right? You would be comfortable so language, long conversation. Well, yeah. I mean, you're right. Probably figure out that long conversation. Really need to have deep.
I think
Another super fun topic of complexity that I've worked on about ask the basic question: what is
intelligence, perhaps, but my book about complexity was about a wide area of complex study for technology and society, in which have emergent, like I was talking about, we have the brain, which is a billion neurons, and each neuron individually is not very complex whole, but the system, the interaction of those neurons, the dynamics, the phenomena, all intelligent, conscious, that are very so the field of complexity is trying to find principles that underlie all these emergent
person, like underlying the complex system, these simple fundamental interaction, and the emergent happens when there's just a lot of these things interacting.
Yes.
So what, and then most science talk about what is reduction.
Well, reductionism is when you try and take a system and divide it up into elements, whether those cells, atoms, particles, whatever the field is, and try and understand those elements, and then try and build up an understanding of the whole system by looking at sublimits.
So, what's your sense? When we're talking about intelligence, kinds of interesting, complex, possible, and then reduction. Probably the approach of most science today, right?
I don't think it's always possible to understand the things we want to understand. So I don't think it's possible to look at single neurons and understand what we call intelligence. Look at summing up, and the sort of the summing up is the here. You know, one example is the human genome. Right, a lot of work on excitement about the human genome because the idea would be that be able to find genes that underlies. But it turns out that, and that was a very reductionist idea. We figure out what all the parts are, and then figure out which parts cause which thing. But it turns out that the parts don't cause the things that we're interested in, like the interaction network of these parts. And so that kind of approach is still the explanation.
What do you use the most beautiful complex system you've encountered?
Beautiful.
That you've been captivated by? Is it sort of, I mean, for me, the cellular phenomena.
Oh, yeah. So I was very captivated by cellular phenomena. We worked on cellular phenomena for several years.
You find it amazing, surprising, cellular phenomena can create. But
yeah, that was very.
I mean, humbling, or is there a leverage to a deeper understanding here?
It's definitely humbling. Humbling in that, also kind of awe-inspiring. That awe-inspiring, like part of mathematics, incredibly simple rule is very complex, hard to understand, and that's it's curious, and surprising still. But kind of the hope that you might be able to hear complexity from.
You say, what is the benefit? History, cultures, so I've never still is their minds go place where people on the edge of chaos.
Yeah, exactly. So the Santa Fe Institute started in 1984 and created by a group of scientists, a lot of them from Los Alamos National Lab, about 40 minutes drive. They were mostly chemists, but they were frustrated in their field because they felt that their field wasn't approaching big interdisciplinary questions like the kinds of, and they wanted to have a place where people from different disciplines could work on these big questions without siloed in physics, chemistry, biology. So they started this George Cowan, who was a chemist at the Manhattan Project, and Rockwell, Rory Gilman, really big names here, Ken Arrow, and economist, Nobel Prize, and they started having workshops. Um, and the whole enterprise kind of grew that itself is kind of on the edge of chaos its whole life. Have any have a element kind of thing on whatever funding is raised through donations, grants, however it can be associated. But it's a great place. It's a really fun place to go think about. You wouldn't normally encounter.
Ron Carroll,
Yeah, he's on the external faculty.
Mentioned. So there's some external faculty.
A very small group of resident faculty, maybe about who are there for about 5-year terms, and then they have some postdocs, and then they have this much larger, sort of 100 external faculty, the people like me who come are very, very.
What do you think? Like what? And if people are interested, like what's there in terms of public interaction or so on that could be a possible interaction with the Santa Fe Institute, or it's
yeah. So there's a few different things they do. They have a complex system summer school for graduate postdocs. Sometimes faculty. That's a 4-week very intense residential program with the lectures and projects, and people really like that. They also have some specialty summer schools, one on computational social science, one on climate sustainability, I think it's called. There's a few. And then they have short courses, a few days on different topics. They also have an online education platform that offers a lot of different courses, tutorials by faculty, including an introduction to complexity course that I taught.
awesome. And there's a bunch of talks too on online. There's on it.
Yeah, they have great technical seminars. They also have a lecture, public lecture. They put everything on there.
Douglas Hofstadter, author, advisor, just collaborator. Do you have any favorite lessons or memories? Kind of like yes, but just even back throughout your time.
So one of the things he taught me was looking at complex problems to utilize as much as possible, trying to figure out what is the essence of the problem. And this is how like the copycat program can be taking an analogy can we make this idealized as possible, still retain the important things we want to see? And that's really core. And I really very much inspired to offset the PhD background.
Like first principles to the most fundamental aspect of the problem.
Yeah.
And you can focus on solving that fundamental.
Yeah. AI, that was work in micro world, right? World. Important area AI. And then that got criticized. Go back to the world. Started working on much more real world like problems. But now there's been kind of a return even to the blocks world itself. A lot of people who are trying to work on more of these idealized problems like natural language and common sense. Those ideas.
Perhaps the box world represents fundamental challenge out other people realize.
It might, yeah.
Is there, so when you look back at your body of work, there's something you're really proud of in terms of freeing yourself?
So I am really proud of my work on that project. What almost everyone has done AI, and there's a lot of ideas there. One of the happiest was the first interesting technology. I remember that very clearly. That was a very exciting time.
In life,
yes,
artificial.
That's right.
What difficult you can interact? I saw that Mad Cat. I thought people actually sit around with it and actually get into it, study, whether it's learning or any other kind of work that's doing. What if they just learn more about it? Take it forward.
Yeah, so there's Douglas Hofstadter's book called Concept. I have a book called There's also I have things that
Really enjoyed it.
Really great.
Thanks for listening to the conversation with Melanie Mc. Thank you. Signing sponsor, Cash. Download it. Podcast. Get $10. $10 for photo first. STEM education outcome. Hundreds, thousands of young minds learn, dream, preparing our future. Enjoy this podcast. Highly. 5 stars on Apple Podcasts. Support on Patreon. Connect with me on Twitter. Now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom. Douglas Hofstadter, Melanie Mitchell. Without concepts, no thought. Without analogy, no concept. Melanie has how to form fluidly concepts, the most important open problem in AI. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. Following conversation with Donald, one of the greatest, most impactful computer scientists and mathematicians ever. The recipient of the 1974 Turing Award with the Nobel Prize, the author of the multi-volume work, the magnum opus, The Art computer programming. Made several key contributions, rigorous analysis, computational complexity of algorithms, including popularization of asymptotic notation, which all sections know as O. Also created text typesetting systems, which most computer scientists, mathematicians, and scientists and engineers in general use to write technical papers. Them I can imagine no better guest than 2019, the kindest people in the podcast was recorded many months ago. One I avoided because perhaps counterintuitively, the conversation meant so much. Believe it, I knew even less about recording back then. Camera angles at the off. Hope that's okay. The office space was cramped for filming. It was magical. Beyond the most. That's a lot to me. Welcoming. Quite a journey to get there. No, doesn't check email. So I had to get creative. Effort. Podcast on the side for a year. Sometimes I had to sacrifice. Always happy to be part of an amazing community of curious minds. Thank you for kind words of support, interesting discussions, and I look forward to many more of those in 2020. This is Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support on Patreon, connect with me on Lex Friedman, FRIDN. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction, 1 or 2 minutes after an episode, and bringing ads in the middle to break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt. Right timestamps from the start of the conversation that help the ad podcast, trying out the product or service being out. This show is presented by Cash App, #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send my friends and also use it to buy, sell, deposit Bitcoin in a second. Cash App also, when you invest in buy fractions of a stock, dollars worth, what the stock price is. Brokerage services provided by Cash App Investors, Square, member SI. Working with Cash App for one of my favorite organizations called best known for its robotics and Lego competition. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands for 110 countries. Perfect creating and charity donating money is maximal effective. Get Cash App from the App Store, Google Play, those Lex podcasts, you'll get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 and an organization that personally inspire girls and boys engineering a better world. Now, here's my conversation with Donald. In 1957, you were once allowed to spend several days with the IBM 50, as you've talked about in the past, and you fell in love with it. Can you take me back to that moment with the IBM? What was it that grabbed you about that computer?
So that I was this machine that but when I first saw it, it was through a window. There was actually. And I was a freshman. I had a job with the statistics group, and I would to punch cards. Uh, I them on the machine. Got this man, and interesting light. So but I had a building. I and first experience was based on the fact that I could punch cards. They would, but the other medium size, but incredibly polypower memory. 2,000 words of memory, word of memory, that's plus a sign. add two numbers together, you could probably take, say 3 milliseconds. So
Still pretty fast. Memories. Problem.
That was why it took seconds. I don't have an instruction and the instruction notches from the cycles of time, cycles, instructions there, otherwise, and we had no whatsoever, which were priceless. Up to the random access memory chunks. Stored it. Want to go up there?
Predict future 60 years later from then.
But the hardest question I ever asked was, what could I have? The interviewer asked me, said, what computer has surprised? I rattled off a couple dozen. Okay, so what didn't surprise? And I was trying to find something that I wouldn't. But let me say that this machine, I didn't know there wasn't much else at that time. It was the first that there was more than 1,000 of them. And before that, there were like half a dozen samples.
First mass market, mass produced.
First one, yeah. And again, didn't sell them. They rented them, but they did them university that had great. So that's why students bought computers that
You prefer yourself to gravitate for the kind of computation, or at least I've heard you use that terminology.
that there's something that happened to me as I was my brain in a certain way that
there's the space of 2% of the population numerically.
My career, however, it might be different now because it's different.
So, what does the world look like? What is this aspect of thinking the need makes it
important question. I think I've noticed that by the high thing, Blake has haven't had an interview. What is it that I easily find harder? One is really some levels of abstraction. You see something large, something small, and ask unconscious. That is some big problem. What you need to do is add one to a certain register, and it gets another step. I don't go down to the electron level, but I know what seconds drum was like on this. How I was going to factor it down or find a equation or something out of it because of what was as I'm bugging my I make contrary to my right among my register. So now it's much more pronounced. People that read computer like I. So in my books, I also stick to high level, but I uh, low level stuff, high level, uh, that people think that I should write better books. Probably, but other that's like that. That self level or jumping. That's the one thing. The other is that more of a talent to deal with uh, where, where there's case instead of having one or two that govern everything. It doesn't bother me finding algorithm has 10 steps. Each step does something else. It doesn't bother me, but a lot of mathematics is based on one or two, which are universal, and so this that like me sometimes work with systems that are more complicated than necessary because it doesn't bother us that we figure out this.
And you mentioned that while Kobe Boole, Abel, all the mathematicians in the 19th century may have had systems, the first 100% legit Turing challenge.
I think that a lot more of the quality than reading anything.
So how does Turing would influence Turing had I
Well,
in your way?
so I didn't know that aspect of it until after I graduated. The undergraduate, my class talked about computer during, and it sounded like very specific kind of theoretical approach. So how old was it when I learned that he designed, wrote a wonderful manual for the Manchester machines, and he invented and after that he had his hands dirty. I thought many that he purely formal. As I started reading his own publications, I could, um, and of course he had a lot of similarities, those numbers backwards. I mean, left to right to left. That's computers that way.
What do you mean left to right?
Right pi nine five
Oh,
4 3
right.
or what on the blackboard. Kind of because the computers he was that way inside.
Train himself to think. Well, there you go. That's thinking. Practice some of the most elegant formalism in science, and yet you're the creator of a concept like programming. Seems to be closer to natural language type of programming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you see those two as the formalism theory and the idea of literate programming?
Here we are. I don't I well and I don't all truth lies on kind of somehow way in my convex combination of shit mathematics.
And you're okay with that?
And not only that,
Private.
I wish I want my kids to be that way. I want them better. Left brain, right brain, and a lot more done. That was my
And I've heard that pleasure until the 30s. Literature.
Well, I'll try to
Yeah, no, just believe me. I go with whatever story I tell. Be easier that way. That conversation.
write that. No,
I've heard mention of Philip Roth's American Pastoral. I love his book. I don't know if it was mentioned as something I think that well, uh, he needed a case, what literary book had a lasting
yeah, okay, good.
oh,
So I met Ron.
really?
Well, we both got Dr. Barber. We got lunch together. That so that no computer never sell. Well, all right. So teenager went to Russia. I have to say Tolstoy was uh, I especially like the kind not because of particular out of the story where, but because of the character who the philosophical discussion well, it's a whole life is worked out there as character. That I thought was especially beautiful. On the other hand, Dostoevsky, I didn't like it because I felt that he forgetting what he had started out to do when he was stopping. I didn't think that, that he polished his stuff at all. I tend to admire somebody who has the eyes across.
The music of the prose that you admire more
Yeah,
than
I certainly do admire the. I couldn't appreciate Russian. Listen, like most of I like the reason I like novels. I think Morningstar has so awesome called
system.
yeah, right. Worth pondering on. So
You
yeah,
don't like Nietzsche,
like what?
you don't like Friedrich Nietzsche or
Nature. Yeah, no, no. I quotations of Nietzsche never tempt me to read.
well, he's full of contradictions. You will certainly not appreciate
But Schiller, many across that I literature, and part of it as language, the way it goes, take Raymond Chandler versus Dashiell Hammett's sentences are awful, and Raymond Chandler's are beautiful. They just flow. So I don't read because it's supposed to be good because something great, but I find that I like. I mentioned you best like bonds. So I love eating money. Gotta read great gift as a golf game or a bridge or two stories golf or perhaps the best possible mental bridge that exists and but it's just
connecting things, looking at literary programming, being able to convey those algorithms to the computer in a way that mimics how humans. What do you think about natural language in general and the messiness of our world about trying to express difficult things?
so the idea of literate programming is to try to understand something better by seeing perspective, formal way, trying to understand it complicated. can look at it ways. In fact, technical writing, good technical, trying not to be obvious about it, but it's like, formal, try to give, the concept brain.
That's better for the writer, the reader.
So, writer tries to understand the good the reader. Say what to impress but as a writer, why something that we never looking at it as something that is trying to get instruction to like programmer or to programmer itself when bugging as to why it's done all the technical that it a programmer not just a deep
So, how difficult is that cope with the combination of formal and formal for the program task?
I wrong person to ask is because I'm a geek. But I think I don't know. Some people have difficulty writing might be because their brain structure that it's hard for them to write, or it might be I don't know practice not the right one to judge. I don't think any person you know I think that writing is in my life. I'm writing a one shot program. Write it I faster.
Filed automatically? Or, so I guess on the technical side, my question was how difficult is the design system much of the yeah,
Definitely make it understandable. That's the how important it is. You have to know the formal formal where it gets locked into your brain. You can say formally well and
let's go there. Yeah, let's give me an example of connecting the informal and the formal.
how complicated puzzle tells right reference. Called a Japanese arrow puzzle. A bunch of boxes each north, east, south, and west. And box with a number of numbers that it points to. So if I put a 3 box, that means 5 other boxes. That means 5 the boxes are pointing. One might be one might be pointing the other way, but I find a set of numbers that based on complicated computation that number counts how many well, and so guy sent me to this problem where he sends formal statements that speed so I try to render that formal statement formally. I contain a and guys I'm pointing to numbers 1 and 6. So if I put it formally and also I can put it in for dialogues. That helps me understand articles that he's done is very good study.
Really. So maybe an extension of that, there has been a resurgence in computer science and machine learning, and that work. So data construct algorithms. That's another way. Really, maybe we can think of it that way. Opposed to natural language, construct algorithms use data. View of this science, where data is almost more important than the mechanism of the algorithm.
Kind of non which probably why it's an offer kind of tech. Hard trust nobody work with. You have no idea.
That's a really interesting thought that it makes algorithms more accessible to learn the brain.
Yep.
And that's really interesting. Just like literate programming, perhaps, could programming a certain kind of brain.
There are matter of education. Anybody can learn to be a great programmer. Anybody can learn to be a great skier. I wish that were true, but I know that a lot of things that I've tried, I almost kept trying to build myself up, and I never got past the level. I three-dimensional objects in my head. I have to model, look at it, study it. But I start no idea what other people are voting with.
Physicists. Yeah. So let's go to search and the combinatorial algorithm. If you were to give a summary, a quick elevator summary,
Elevator, that's great. Yeah, right.
but depending how many floors are on the building.
Yeah. I'm fundamental algorithm. That's something that stuff you can't do without. You have to know some basic concepts of a program. What is an algorithm? It also talks about a low-level machine. Got some kind of idea what's going on, and has concepts of output, production, right? Mathematical preliminary. So that makes my book different from a lot of others. Is that all? That I try to not only present the but I try to analyze it. I said not only does it work, but it is fast. And so I need, and then the standard structured data I represent information in the computer. So that's all volume one. Volume two is called I'm a miracle algorithm. We're writing programs, but we're all dealing with numbers. Algorithms, any kinds of objects, but when there's numbers, well then you have some special paradigms that apply to have 12 numbers. So there's arithmetic on numbers, matrices full of numbers, there's random numbers, and there's power series numbers. There's different algebraic concepts that have numbers in structured ways.
In the way a computer would butter.
Floating point arithmetic, high precision arithmetic, not only fractional but also compares. So then chapter 5, 3 talks about.
I like that one. Sort and search.
Sorting and search.
I love sorting.
Right. So here, we're not just numbers, other objects all the time. Google finds. So in algorithms that modify kind of applications. none of these are particular applications, but applications are examples of why people want to know about sorting, why people. So then volume 4 goes into combinatorial. I'll get billions of books to do with. Here we keep finding where one good idea can make something go more than that. And problems that are probably never going to be solved efficiently. But that doesn't give up on. And we have this have good ideas go much, much faster. So that's combinatorial algorithms, and those are the ones that are starting at most.
Well, it's a
combinatorial algorithms are the ones that I always like. That's what I feel like programming. I'll get think first and interesting subtle outcome. That's where the computer stuff comes. A lot of comments from first applications to artificial or cryptography. I like to create puzzles.
You like the most the domain of graphs? Graph theory?
Graphs are great because they're perfect. Many draw numbers on a graph. So, but combinatorial arrangement of that has kind of structure, not positive. Satisfy all these like 20.
That's volume 4.
That's volume 4. Volume 4A is fun. What happened was when I started writing down content, it wasn't going to be a book about computer programming in general. It was going to be about how to write compilers. And I was asked explaining how to write a compiler. And at that time, there were a dozen people in the world who had written compilers, and I happened to be one of them. I also had experience writing for like things like that. So I said, okay, great. I'm the only person I know who's a compiler but hasn't invented writing compilers, and all the other people had ideas but couldn't be able to write a book that would describe anybody else's ideas on their own. I could be a journalist and I could explain what cool ideas
Welcome.
about compiler writing were.
How are you?
And I down well, yeah, let me.
Hello. Hey, how are you? Can you hear me? Hello.
I think because that I really most one thing other than known about comics that didn't mention. That was a kind of a short chapter. And chapter 12 is going to be applying all the stuff in chapters 1 to 11 compiler. So that was my take on it. And during the 70s, combinatorics, talk about a combinatorial explosion and that on all of the problems harder. But there was an explosion of combinatorics at the point that, well, like 1975, I bet you more than half of all the journals of computer science were about combinatorial.
And what kind of problems were occupying people's minds? What kind of problems with combinatorics? Since that satisfiability,
gravity quite dominant. But all of the hard problems make it have like Hamilton path or going beyond graphs and operation research. Whenever small class of problems that have a solution or usually a social nature, special mathematical construction, but once we went that time instead of all of it's got harder, so you have to satisfy the problem. As long as there's two logical elements satisfy time, satisfy the values. Was so the article about trying to find better ways to solve cryptography problems. Further, we have lots of data on how to find stuff sorting.
how did it 70s today?
Yeah, so now there are conferences who topic combinatorics. I don't have to write my book like I still there's work done, better idea problems that don't seem to have, but a lot more with it. So this book that I'm finishing now, I've got a whole bunch of probably like no other book that covers the approach that nice and try writing.
What's your writing process like? What's your writing process like?
So I guess it's actually the best question because it's
the most prepared answer.
Yeah, but here I'm sitting in, right?
Where the magic happens.
Well, writing over there where I have the record. But I found it turns out that I can do for hours and hours. I know that. But then I have the stand-up next person. So after I write something, and eraser, I get up and type it. I write
the kernel of the idea is something. That's where.
And I'll write my program, voice literate program. And sorry, if I describe something in my book, I always program it out. For example, I learned in January that I learned through by Japanese people. I ended one of the directions. So I spent 5 days writing a done. So, if I could generalize more parts of it, then I had to take their approach and try it out on a couple of dozen of the other problems I had already worked out with my own method. So that took another couple of weeks, and I tried to write, and I started writing the final draft. Then I would type it up through mathematical questions. So I wrote to my friends that I solving those problems and exercises. And so a month later, I had one I heard about it in time. Otherwise, I heard of it. On the other hand, coming at 3, I'm up to 350 now. That added 10 pages. If I hear about another one, I like.
Well, so in that process, that 1 month process, are some days harder than others?
Some days, but yeah, my work is fun, but I also work hard, and every job has parts that are a lot more fun than others. So I'll say, why do I have to have such high standards? Why couldn't I just stop and not try this out towards the answer? But I know that the economy. Okay, I teach it, and then the joy comes out when I actually get so, and more when I see somebody who's actually read and understood what I wrote and to better. I about the method. So I got this tablet where I do the first writing. So,
What language is that?
right. So here's random how to draw such pixel diagram. Okay. Got this paper about 40 years ago in Canada. Nice large size.
Right, very small.
Well,
You might have
yeah. I've got these manuscripts going back to this, and those are when I used them. But I'm a good typist. In fact, I went to typing. So like it faster. Then when I edit it up and type, then I revise it. It comes out a lot different. Style and rhythm like that. Typing.
you type in text.
Typing text.
Can you text? So,
To a certain extent, that I use like a so on. But I have to
in a way that
right.
for example, touring rope, the other direction, you don't write macro, and you don't take the macros.
Macro, I'll go ahead and do it. But the thing is that I also write change some like it like I'll like I'll think right that later on. I should my time on that, but I can't resist because I know spend the time or something like that.
And it could also be argued what life is about.
Ah, yes, in fact, like I garden one day. That's kind of my life. The weeds.
But a lot of writers talk about, suffering, the writing process is having, extremely difficult. And I think of programming, especially for technical writing like that, you find yourself methodologically, how do you every day balance work? Challenge, you kind of, you know, fun, but it'd be interesting to hear if there are non-fun parts.
Fun comes when I'm able to consider these are two different people who know about each other. I might be trouble, I get to create where I got it chased down to stuff. I mean, about try to get credit off of my already author there. I swear. And I got to get the math right. Hack all my programs, try to find them, write the programs, better idea.
There ever that
And then, yeah, a lot of times trying to change your example based. I know a lot of people in baseball isn't this and full of illustration. What am I teaching about algorithms here? And I had a, I would grow up with baseball as a major,
a lot of people,
yeah,
small minority,
I took out bowling.
the smaller art in the art programming. Why is there a few words title? Why is art one of them?
That's what I wrote during. So when people talk about art, what's the word? But something about it, artificial intelligence, art, saying that was by, by, and then it got often fine art as this to the next have for art, not only done by humans but also done that's elegant by and has like I guess it's this that part that sits well was not told that art what he was specifically good at. They elegant, well,
Element, fine art, beauty. You are one.
that's what I tried to write.
So now, in terms of the prize, what I do writing from research, I particular prize as that change the way guessing problem. More transformation.
Example for any I was surprised when I learned structure called D, precision diagram. I sort of have the feeling as an old guy programming or and when I then comes a brand new idea that represented the functions so big logic underlies it everything right all of what we know in terms of logic so logic I thought cut dry but he comes Randy Bryant and discovers that are incredibly powerful. I have a whole new section that I never would have thought of until 1986, not in 1990, when I started to talk about better way to design computers for a long time until that solvers came along in 2000. That's another great big surprise. So out of the structure of my middle third of volume is about that solver, 300 plus pages, which is all about material, mostly about material that was discovered in the century. I had to imagine all of right 50 that solvers and had 7 of the largest
method structures represent
class about yeah. And interesting about the PDDs was that British started looking at it, started to describe all the things you couldn't do, and we were getting a bad name. Because okay, I'm sure that British 10 years ago show why machine learning doesn't solve everything. But I not only worry about the worst case, I get it right when I can actually solve a problem. I could solve it. I can't solve the problem. Just the problem. I know that I'm way better than I like all kinds of miraculous things. So I just
general showing analysis algorithms or showing a good average case, just showing a good case. Something good pragmatic.
I like it. That is only a million times faster than I was able to. And not worried about the fact that it take too long if I double the size of the problem.
So that said, you popularized sonic notation with describing running time, obviously analysis of algorithms, or state important part. Any aspects of that kind of analysis lacking and notation.
I think have notations that help us well, our intuition. People who work in numbers that as a certain way, but too small. I realized that in fact to be able to have a notation for something that you don't know exactly what it is, partial about it. So, for example, donor allow us to put in the middle of our formula x plus 0, 1, or 2 equals y. And we have to two such expressions together. We'll think notation that I'm not sure what it is, but I know it's not big. I know it's not big, but some constant. So I write big O of n squared. Now I learn how to add big O of n squared to big O of n cubed. I know how to add big O of n squared plus 1 and square that. Logarithms, exponentials to have big O. And that turned out to be valuable for me. All I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out how to help.
So, have there been algorithms in your journey that form very differently practice than theory?
No, the combinatorial algorithm is almost always horrible. But PF solvers that are solving for one of the last exercises part of my book was to figure out a problem that had 100 variables. That's all. But the problem with 100 variables has surprising 2 to 100 operations, because that's a possibility when you have 100 variables. 2 to 100. 2 to 100 is way bigger than we can do the 7.
You mentioned over the past few years, but then it's not really, somebody does prove that P equals MP, not directly lead actual algorithm problem. Your intuition has it changed in general on the different problem?
So the idea is algorithm is then somebody will gather down more than anybody to understand because they're beyond algorithm. That's where we know that algorithm from the forest algorithm. Simple that example saying we have there must be algorithm that is always based on double or tries to white right and tries to black one
Capture
and no capture double cross because it for all of them white path across west black path from bottom to top. So it's always perfect information game. People turns like the board can be different sizes, but we no possibility of one that, and so it's got to be clear win or second clear win. Mathematically, not a lot of other truth. And algorithm side has to be clear strategy. And so has to we don't know more like algorithm. There's a powerful of graphs closed under minor polynomial time algorithm determine whether it's in its classic. Classic graphs, using graphs that draw on shrink point, or you can start with a graph of shrink and okay. Now, but there are tons of different described graph that still is under Roberts that any such family of graphs, there's a finite number of graphs that are structured. If it's not in, then shrink it down and one of the planar graph is a 5-pointed star with a graph head graphs that are not planar. Every non-planar graph contains head graphs by
Set against a finite number of facts.
so I
That's hard to believe.
and
That's arbitrary class.
any arbitrary process
Maybe I'm not understanding because it seems like a lot of them are close.
all the important classes graphs are. There are tons of such graphs that also them that rise in application. Called class graphs. Class graphs people have looked at.
Why do you bring up lower this?
So now there's lots of other that are known for special class of graphs. For example, if I have a graph, I can call it graph. So I can go to the library and find an algorithm that's going to solve my problem on that graph. So I have a graph that's algorithm. Right? Give me a graph. I'll tell you whether it's a family or not. Okay. And so all I have to do is whether or not this given graph have a minor, one of the bad ones. A minor by shrinking. Even a minor, don't only time algorithm. So with minor finite number that case. So I just try this bad case. Right? No time I got the answer. This bad case, time I got the total polynomial time. And so I solved the problem. However, all we know is that the number is finite. We don't know what that not only better. I try 25. Yeah,
That's a really great example of worry about but why do you want intuition that
plus well, you can take the graph and represent it as prime numbers and then multiply those together. guys, and you know, since time and other there's so many other kind. A lot of times, random coincidence that some very random number actually because happens to problem that's there's on your head. Seems like two people there's a obvious not well, that's the kind of thing. Also, particular combination of operations happens is as a I see lots of cases where unexpected things happen possibly.
Because the possibility of really
They have to rule them all out, and so that's by no means a P can't equal NP because you've got all these smart people, smartest miners dug their own back in their brains, and there's enterprises out there and a lot of algorithms must know such a. On the other hand, exactly the same logic, and I say, oh, P must be equal to smart people trying to prove it on. They've all failed.
this kind of reminds me of the discussion that we've been trying to look at them and that we found them don't exist. They show that planets out there that they
Right. There's also possibility that they all discovered machine learning or something and each other up.
well, and that small quick agent on the S, intelligent light, so about it.
I don't spend my time thinking
Enjoy the fact that they don't know. Enjoy the mystery of things.
I enjoy the fact that I have take time to answer unsolvable.
Well, taking on some questions they seem unsolvable. Seem unsolvable.
And it gives me when I can everything, but I don't.
Much like with religion, these
I did. I don't know. God exists.
well,
$2, yeah.
so talk about the other art, artificial intelligence. What is it? What's your view? You know, artificial intelligence community has developed part of computer science and parallel science. What's the view of the AI community?
All the way through, who were inspired by trying to intelligence or that were somehow the greatest achievements of that has been an inspiration to have pushed the envelope of computer science more than any other group. So it's all you do. It's been a great source of good problems to teeth and getting uh, uh, partial answers and or successful answers over the moon. So has been the inspiration for lots of members of computer science.
Are you yourself captivated by the possibility of creating of algorithms having echoes of religion.
Not as much as bad, I guess I would say, but that's not that they're wrong or that that's what my preference. But the thing that I uh, uh, worry about is when people start believing that they've actually succeeded, and because the gap between understanding pretend to understand.
It's possible to create
I do that all the time. I mean, so but there's still a great gap. I don't think that's impossible, but I kind of people, uh, uh, the kind of stuff that I would consider intelligent.
something that on that line of thinking, I very much agree with the art of programming is focused on processor algorithms for the most part. You mentioned
That's only because of the table content.
sure. So
But I did 19.
one book will touch on the Bible, but one book can't always cover the entirety of everything. So um, I'm glad the different for the art of computer programming is. But you did mention that you thought that understanding of the ant colonies to perform incredibly organized tasks will be the key to understanding cognition. Fundamentally distributed difference when non list and an ant colony algorithm.
The list isn't content, but I know what that is. Uh, so, so the advantage of band company is that you see what they do. You know, Chad has talked to each other and much harder brains to know how, to what extent. So I think that band company might be, if they have this cognition, band colony as a rather than as a colony themselves. By alcohol, but somehow myself well, and Connie might become sure what was that? If we're going to practice might be that we do so by psyching out how I answer because we there's better by pheromones and by touch and sight, but not by much more subtle phenomenon like current.
But even that, what are your thoughts of your life?
Okay, human life is any computable process. Any process.
I like how you went there. I mean, that's not the most powerful thing I would say. Uh, but the magic
Yes, understand exactly what's going to
like with the ant colony,
but, but still doesn't say that I understand. choice, for example.
I think God plays that.
See, to know that there are things I couldn't without that. So I don't see God.
When the algorithm requires, you don't see why it constrained. In 2001, he gave a series of lectures at MIT about religion and science. He published, sorry, 1999, on Boston to give lecture. And I read in 2001 most of the fascinating. So, what did you learn about how ideas get started? Your need to face a particular part of the. What did you learn from about the way us human beings, society, develop and share ideas?
It's hard to say that I learned a great deal of definite things that where I could be concluded. I don't know. A complex subject, which is understanding. Give up on some time every program, I understand it, but closer, learn more about something. Oh, how can I do that visually? Uh, Random, and so try a random subset of that is my grasp. That instead of just studying parts of somebody else, studying nothing. So I decided my own take a subset of versus the Bible and try to find out what the best said about that. And I had about 60 verses out of 1,500. So then I went to the library, which are well indexed. I spent, for example, at Boston Public Library, we go once a week, and I went to stuck for Harvard Library to look at Boston Public. Where scholars have been go down the text. They always mention it. So I could Bible about the secondary literature about the Bible about it. And so that gives me a way to zoom in on parts of the things. So I look at it as a firm peg check, which I could hang information, but not where I would.
In the random approach example in the Bible, what did you learn about the most central? What is the biggest accumulation of ideas?
It seems to me that the trust is not one that most people think of as don't have sex. But the main thing was to try to figure out that I speak. I care about spiritual issues otherwise in my life. So I'm assuming that it's, but a lot of it doesn't do still because one of the I studied back at all.
I would say it's that the mental exercise that I'd love in yourself. Mental exercise of being God and how would you, if you were God, not, how would you present?
Love of literature and the book that really recommends. Yeah, the title is last God the computer. The only book that I've ever read where function very last slide very much about this question that you suppose God okay the needs of communication are that's the century actually God choose
Exercise in my systematic way.
I think most want to learn realize that one problem that doesn't that would that follows up well and we have to realize that that there are beyond our all around.
Yeah, well said. If you were to run program analysis in your own life, how did you, in terms of correctness, running time, use, how did you,
Okay, yeah, I would say that you have not been asked me before, and I started out library how to be an automaton. That I had to manage that I didn't have anybody to blame for my failure. I started getting not understanding something. I knew that I should stop playing ping pong, and that was my fault that I was picking up or something rather than somebody way. I don't know how to avoid the bias, but I know that burden that I from. Um, and then I found the from parents. I learned uh, of altruism of service and what I get out of it. So I know that I need happy enough, but I finally that I phrase eight is enough. The TV show was called uh, but I design to have an organism that have if percent of the time I was and perhaps there's nothing.
You think you've achieved that 0.8 optimal balance?
Like, there are times when I'm down and I know that I know that I certain time and not a, I find myself trying to now should I manage it season but then I realize it's my I manage that doesn't mean that I should find somebody that's supporting me try to but okay I'm not 100% part of a sustainable situation so that's American policy. Yeah.
I hope to talk about the 2000 diagnosis of cancer. Has that encounter with mortality changed in some way or the way you see the world?
Now, the first encounter with mortality was my dad died, and I went through a month when I came to came the fact that I was going to die. And during that month, I don't know, I felt okay, but I couldn't. I and I do it time I create a feel that I felt very like I learned that this is a standard process. So then, now I'm in my life more so than in 2006, where all of my goals have been fulfilled except for um, I I had one big unfulfilled goal. I wanted all my life to write a piece of music that I had an idea for a certain kind of music that I thought ought to be trying to do it. So that I wanted to proof of concept. I wanted to know if it was going to work or not. So I spent a lot of time. Finally, I finished it. We had last year on my birthday. I said, Europe, that's done. It's part of now, and it's good or bad. Like, it's to do. So the only thing that I should I have on my agenda is to try to as well as I can to like
The element.
what? Well, I at it or that I got actually to 1.0 of concept. I 2006 I was at I all kinds of stuff on that. Happened. Like I went expectation that I came out I got home and I realized I hadn't thought about what next. I hadn't any plan. Well, okay, now I can, but I didn't come to the attitude that, I was very unfair and I just said, I turned out, I got more sure. And I got home, I thought about it. I was that I was of satisfiability and I usually
I'm going to be in huge trouble if I don't talk to you about this. In some created stack types of things together with metafont language, font description for modern family of typeface. That is basically defined the methodology and the aesthetic of countless research fields, right? Math, uh,
well,
beyond science, so on. Okay, well, first of all, thank you. I guys, but a question in terms of beauty. There's a beauty to typography created, and yet beauty is hard to quantify.
right.
Uh, how does one create beautiful letters, beautiful equations? What? I mean, perhaps there's no word describing
Yeah.
describing the process, but
So the mathematician George wrote a series called Aesthetic Measure where he pictures of bases underneath a number. This was how California. And he actually also wrote about music. Could, so I thought maybe I would, part of my musical composition, I would try to program his algorithms and so that I would write something that had the highest number by his well, it wasn't quite because anyway, I tried to put value on but then did probably attempt George Gershwin's teacher of his method.
whatever that
Yeah,
is.
right. So and so that's I get older kids are striving for definitely try to yeah,
I guess I'm trying to ask, and you may not understand, what definitions were you offering?
oh definition I wanted to appeal to me
New person.
yeah
Sorry.
yeah no and it has when I got the live two came out I was expecting it to be the happiest day of my life and I
to base way more systematic about the layout of
I didn't start. I started.
you're not following your own rules. Perhaps it's
So I okay. Happened. I was sure that our boss was but I but almost one is best doesn't the one I think follow
where how much of reality understand you, how much uh, which put a number, what percent of it all do we understand?
I
How do we think about that? What do we continue time?
yeah that's that office I was really I think smaller than I never what I call capital all those numbers that are covered way smaller than most I got to remember what probably limitations that were I and I call it super K after myself. But the arrow notation and then more arrows and a three. The arrow notation have no arrows that means times x times x y times have one arrow exponential one arrow y x to the x to the y times. Found out by the way that notation was invented by a guy in 1830. He was one of the nobility spent his time of the concept that I used arrows to make it take and his acronyms function is based on the same idea. But after 1920, anyway, this number 10 quadruple 3. So that says, well, we take like we take 10 to 10 to 10 to 10 to 10. How many times that? Oh, 10 double arrow 2 times. So how tall is that stack? But then we do that again. That was only 10 double quadruple arrow 2. Quadruple 3, we made comprehension. So, but it's so small compared to what finite numbers really are, because I've only four arrows, like 10 and 3. I mean, have that, let's have that many number of arrows.
The boundary is finite. It's not comprehensible.
It really is useful for us to think about extremely large, extremely large things, and and we can manipulate it, but we can never know that the person actually hear that. So realize how little we know. But about
One question. That was thanks for being here. Thank you. Thanks, sponsor. $1 podcast. $10. $10 is good. It inspires. $7 podcast. Subscribe on YouTube. Subscribe on Apple Podcast. Now, the words you're continually striving to transform every part in the process and art. Thank you for listening. Following the conversation podcast, Professor University, one of the greatest special $3 worth Charlie, volume 3. He has noticed that his with scientific noise find more. To me, artificial intelligence is such a big journey, understanding the mind, reading machine. Me, plus technological understanding power. Technology power in our civilization is in the hands of there's power, but best way to understand not be blind lesson. As Stephen Covey brilliantly articulated, Stalin one of the most powerful written Joseph Stalin words he understands the values of all of us, especially teachers and scientists power. This is part of the podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on 5 stars on Apple Podcast. one or two has to do hope they'll work with you. It doesn't hurt. They show yeah, cash out friends. Also buy, sell, and deposit. Also buy a fraction of $1 no matter what pricing. Provided by cash out. Remember, studied working with cash out for one of my favorite organizations. That's known for its robotics and Lego. Educate, inspire thousands or hundreds of journey navigate use effective cash app, the apps, play, podcast, dollars. Cash app will also $1 first. Again, organization, person, fire, voice, world. Now, here's my conversation. All great power. So, being great, charity, love, great adventure, great power. Some human beings nevertheless do crave power. Words that deeply in psychology, people that born with, develop. Some people crave position of leadership or of speaking out, regular. That could be starting out in the could be in their family. Those kind of people we often see craving often end up in they can be varied. You can have power in institutions where your power is purposefully limited. For example, in the board or in cultural body or in separation. Not everyone craves power. So strange. Like usual, they think that everybody knows, but not everybody knows. Those people who crave that kind of unconstrained ability, life or death, those people are not every. They're not the honor. Most of them don't have the opportunity to live that. Very few. So then it's about in yourself, watching. Washington was in a position to exercise far greater power than he did. In fact, he didn't take that option. He was more interested in institutionalization of seeing the country develop strong institutions rather than like itself. Okay? So that's very important. So like I said, not everyone craves strange power, even if they're very ambitious. Of course, Washington was very president. That clearly comes from the influence of life, where you grow up, how you grow up, how you what kind of values are imparted to you along the way. You can understand power as the ability to share, or you can understand the ability to advance something to the collective in a collective process, not an power comes in many different varieties, and ambition doesn't always equate with despotic. Despotic power is something different from ordinary power. But
The president of MIT does not have unconstrained. The president of MIT rightly must consult with other members, faculty members, to a certain extent with the student body, certainly with the trustees. Those constraints are making strong and enduring and make the decision better than it would be if you had others. But you can't say that the president is not constitutional. Of course the president. You worry about executive authority that's not limited. That's the definition of authoritarianism. Period. Unlimited or barely limited executive authority. Executive authority is necessary to carry out many functions. You all understand that. That's why MIT has a but unlimited or largely unconstrained is detrimental to even the person who executes.
What do you think? It's an interesting notion. Kind of take it for granted. Strength on executive powers. Why is that? What is it about absolute power that does something bad to the mind? The popular saying of absolute power corrupts absolutely. If that's the case, power in itself is something that corrupts the mind in some kind of way where it leads to a bad leadership.
People make more mistakes. They're not challenged when they don't have to explain things, get others to vote, go along with it, when they can make a decision without anybody being able to block their decision or to have influence on it. They're more prone to agreement. There's a temptation. For example, we have separation of powers in the United States. Congress, right, has authority that the president doesn't have, as, for example, budget for the purse. This can be very frustrating. People want to see things happen. And they complain that they do nothing in Congress, stalemate. But actually, that's essentially a good thing. In fact, that's how our system was designed. Our system was designed to prevent things happening to government. And frustration with that, but ultimately that's the strength. So when you see unconstrained executive, there can be a lot of dynamism, a lot of things can be done quickly. Like, for example, what happened in China on the Mao, what happened in Mao, or what happened in the Navy, or fill in the blank. What happens sometimes in corporations, corporate leader, not constrained by the shareholders, by the board, by anything. And they can be a genius for a while, but eventually it catches up to them. So the idea of constraint on executive power is absolutely fundamental to American way of thinking. And not only America, obviously large other parts of the world that have a similar system, not an identical system of checks and balances on it. The case that I studied, the only checks and balances on executive power are circumstantial. So for distance between countries, it's hard to do something over 5,000 miles. Or the amount of time in a day. It's hard for a leader to get to every single thing they want to get to. There are only 24 hours in a day. Those are circumstantial constraints of executive power. They're not in.
One of the constraints on executive power that the United States has, Russia, maybe something you applied in directly. Something in the Russian the Soviet people, they're attracted to authoritarian power. Psychologically, or at least kind of authoritarian. That desire for that kind of lack of can speak to, first of all, if it's that psychology, the Russian American people, in terms of just what we find attractive.
Not as great a difference. There are, unfortunately, many Americans who would be happy with an authoritarian leader. By no means a majority, not even a plurality, but nonetheless the real sentiment. Sometimes because they get frustrated, because things are not getting done. Sometimes because they're against something that happened in the political realm. They feel it has to be corrected and corrected. It's a kind of impulse. People can regret it later on that the impulse is motivated by reaction to their environment. In the Russian case, we have also people afraid, sometimes with strong hands, an iron hand, as far as because they want things done and done quickly. The line there. But I'm not sure it's the majority. Certainly in Stalin's time, this was a widespread. People had few alternatives they understood or could. Nowadays, in the globalized world, the citizens of Russia see how other systems have constraints on executive power. The life isn't so bad. In fact, the life might even be better. So the impatient, impulsive quality, frustration does sometimes reinforce the craving for the unconstrained executive. Get things done, pick things up. Yes, that's true. But in the Russian case, I'm not sure it's cultural. I think it might be more having to do with the failures, the functional failure of the kind of political system that they tried to implement after the collapse. So it may be frustration with the version of constraints on executive power they got and how it didn't work the way they imagined, which has led to then which non-constrained executive power fixed things. But I'm not sure that that's a majority sentiment in the Russian case, although it's hard to measure because under authoritarian regimes, public opinion is shaped by the environment in which people live, which is very constrained.
But on that point, why, at least from a distance, there seems to be nevertheless people for Russian President Vladimir that have to do that metrics support authoritarian government, still something appealing to that kind of power.
I think you have to give credit to the president's understanding psychology of the Russians to whom he appeals. Many of them were the losers. Communism, they were the ones whose pensions were destroyed by inflation, or salaries didn't go up, or were abandoned. They were not the winners for the most part. And so I think there's an understanding on his part of their psychology. He has grown into this. He was not a public politician when he first started out. He was quite poor in public setting. He didn't have the kind of political instinct now. He didn't have the appeal to traditional values, Orthodox Church, and some of the other dimensions of his rule today. So yes, we have to give some credit to himself for this. In addition to the frustration and but let's think about it this way, without taking away the fact that he's become a better politician over time, and that sentiment has shifted because of the appointment. When I ask my kids, am I a good dad? My kids don't have any other dad. Measure me. I'm the only dad they know, and I'm the only dad they can not choose. issues still get me. So with today, the only have. Now, if my kids are introduced to alternative fathers, they might be better than me, might be more loving, forgiving, funnier, richer, whatever it might be. They might be more appealing. There are some blood ties there, for sure, that I had with my kids, but they would at least be
Welcome.
able to choose alternatives. I would have to be their favorite. The president, if the population that choice to express itself person has media and everything else, maybe he would be very popular, and maybe his popularity would not be as great currently. So the absence of alternatives is another factor that reinforces authority, popularity. Having said that, there are many authoritarian leaders who deny any alternatives to the population and are not very popular. So denial of alternatives doesn't guarantee popularity. You still have to figure out the mass psychology. In the Russian case, winners from the transit live primarily are self-employed, entrepreneurial. They're not self-employed. They're able to change careers. They have skills, talent, education, and knowledge, as well as entrepreneurial and dynamic personalities. Putin also appealed to them. He did that with Medvedev. It was a very clever ruse. He himself appealed to the loser from the transition, towns, the rural, the people who are not well off, and he had them for the most part. Not all. I don't want to generalize to say that he had every one of them. Contradict. And then urban through the so-called reformer Medvedev generation, literate prime minister who for a time was president. That worked very successfully. He was able to bridge a big divide in society and gain a greater mass support than he would otherwise have had by himself. That route only worked the time that Medvedev was temporarily president for a few years because of the Constitution couldn't do 3 consecutive terms except aside what they call castling test. When this was over, Putin had difficulty with his popularity. There were mass protests in the urban areas, precisely that group of the population that he had been able to win in part because of the mission and now had had their delusions exposed were different. And there were these mass protests in urban areas, not just in the capital. And Putin had to, as it were, come up with a new way to fix popularity. However, the trend back the other direction is diminishing again, although it's still high relative to other leaders. So I wouldn't say that he's unpopular with mass in Russia. There is some popularity there. There's success. But I would say it's tough for us to talk about unpopular inside the
At every level, the bureaucracy of
because those
leadership.
people are well informed and they understand the country is declining, that the capital is declining, infrastructure is declining, the economy is not really growing, it's not really diversifying, Russia's not investing in its future. State officials understand all of that, and then they see that the food fleet is stealing everything. So between the failure to invest in a future and the corruption of a narrow group of state apparatus, they see more clearly or more closely than the mass of the population. They can't necessarily yet oppose this in public because there are people, their families, peers, their children who want to go to school or want a job. So there are constraints on their ability to oppose based upon what we might call cowardice, what people might call realism. I don't know how courageous they be when their family, children, career are on the line. So it's very interesting dynamic to see the solution is inside the government expressed, not yet for the public, for the most part, but could become public. And once again, if there's an alternative, if an alternative needs to shift quickly, that alternative could come from inside the region.
From inside there. But the leadership, the parties, the people that are now saying opposed to, there's less, maybe incorrectly, but it feels like there's structurally corrupt. So because the people we're talking about are don't feel like a George Washington.
Once again, the circumstances don't permit them to act that way. Right? George Washington did great things, but in certain circumstances. A lot of the state officials in Russia certainly are corrupt. There's no question. Many of them, however, are patriotic, and many of them feel badly about where the country is. They would prefer that the country was less corrupt. They would prefer that there were greater investments in all sorts of areas of Russia. They might even themselves feel less if they could be guaranteed that everybody else. There's a deep and abiding patriotism inside Russia, as well as inside the Russian regime. So they understand that Putin, in many ways, rescued the Russian state from the chaos of the 19th. They understand that Russia was in very bad shape as an incoherent, failing state almost when Putin took over, and that he did some important things for Russia's stability and solidity. There's also some appreciation that Putin stood up to the West and stood up to more powerful countries and regained a sense of pride and durability for Russia internationally. People appreciate that, and it's real. It's not a message. The problem is the method. With the kind of method other people's property, putting other people in jail for political reasons. He used the kind of methods that are not the long-term growth of the economy. So he fixed the problem, but he fixed the problem and then created bigger long-term problems. And moreover, all authoritarian regimes that use those methods are tempted to keep using them and using them and using them until they're the only ones who are the beneficiaries. And the group narrows and narrows, the elite gets smaller and narrower, the interest groups get excluded from power and their ability to continue enjoying the fruits of the system, and the resentment grows. So that's the situation we have in Russia. Russia is a place that is stuck. It was, to a certain extent, rescued. It was rescued with methods that were not conducive to long-term success and stability.
The economic growth when Putin first
Yes. Yes, they had 10 years, they had a full decade of an average of 7% growth a year, which was phenomenal and is not attributable predominantly to oil prices. During President Putin's first term as president, the average price of oil was $35 per barrel. During his second term as president, the average price was $70. So during those two terms, when Russia was growing 7% a year, oil prices were averaging somewhere around $50 a barrel, which is fine, but is not the reason. Because later on, when oil prices were over $100 a barrel, Russia stagnated.
The initial growth deserves some credit for this.
Yes, he does, because he introduced some important liberalizing measures. He lowered taxes, he allowed land to be bought and sold, regulated many areas of the economy, and so there was a kind of entrepreneurial burst that that was partly attributable to government policy during his first term. But also he consolidated political power, and as I said, the methods for all of the long term were not able to continue to sustain that success. In addition, we have to remember that China played a very big role in the success of Russia in the first terms of the presidency, because China's phenomenal growth created insatiable demand for just about everything that the Soviet Union produced, fertilizer, and fill in the blank, chemicals, metals. China had insatiable demand for everything the Soviet Union once produced. So China's raising of global demand overall brought Soviet era industry back from the. So there was something that happened. Soviet era industry fell off a cliff in 1990. There was a decline in manufacturing and industrial production greater than the Great Depression in the West. But a lot of that came back online in the 2000s, and that had to do with China's phenomenal growth. Trade between China and Russia was not always direct, so this was an indirect effect. But raising global prices for the commodities and the products, kind of lower end, lower value products in manufacturing, not high end, lower end stuff like steel, iron, and fertilizer, where the value added is not spectacular, but nonetheless destroyed by the 1990s. But brought back to life. Now you can set one to bring Soviet era into back to life. That happened during the first terms of liberalizing policy, spurred entrepreneurialism, some small crash of the ruble in 1998, which made Russian products much cheaper abroad and made imports more expensive, also facilitated the resuscitation, the revival of domestic manufacturing. So all of this came together for that spectacular 10-year, 7% on average economic growth, and moreover, wages after inflation, their disposable income grew more. So disposable income after inflation, real income, was growing greater than 10%. So there was a boom, and the Russians felt it. It happened during Putin's first term, and people were grateful, right? So for that. And those who don't want to give credit, oil prices fall. But don't think that oil prices will explain. Having said that, that doesn't mean that it's sustainable over the long term.
So you briefly line of possibility. Stalin held power for, let's say, years. Briefly mention that question who would be able to be record. Can you talk about yourself? Is it possible that Putin power for that kind of duration?
Let's hope not. Let's hope not for Russia's sake. The primary victim of President Putin's Russians. They're not Ukrainians, although to a certain extent Ukraine has suffered because of action. And they're not Americans. They're Russian. Moreover, Russia has lost a of millions of people have left Russia since 1991 overall. Somewhere between 5 and 10 million people left the country, are beyond the borders of the former Soviet. So they left the Soviet Union entirely. Moreover, the people who left are not the poor people, not the uneducated, they're not the losers. The people who left are the more dynamic parts of the population, better educated, more entrepreneurial. So that human capital loss in Russia is phenomenal. And in fact, right here where we're sitting at MIT, we have examples of people who are qualified, good enough for MIT, and have left Russia to come to.
Looking at one of them, and the other aspect, just to quickly comment, same people like me, I'm not welcome back.
No, you're not under the current regime. It was a big loss for Russia if you're patriotic, but not from the point of view of the regime. That also factors into popularity. If the people who don't like you, they're not there. They're protest to vote against you, and so your opposition declines when you let them. However, it's very costly in human capital terms. Hemorrhaging that much human capital is damaging. It's damaging. And we've seen it accelerate. It's already high, but we've seen it accelerate in the last 7, 8 years of President. And those people are not going back of their own volition, but even if they wanted to go back, as you said, they well, that's a big cost. So whatever benefits might or might not have given disadvantages, downside costs high. We don't want $5 dollars. It would be better if Russia were able to choose among options, choose the new leader among options. Many people speculate that President named investment where Yeltsin named Putin as his successor, of course, President Yeltsin, and then will leave the stage and allow the successor. That might seem like a good thing, but once again, we don't need a system where hang on for as long as possible and nominate. We need a system that has the kind of corrective mechanism, democracy and market along with rule of law. A corrective mechanism is very important because all leaders make mistakes. But when you can't correct them, then the mistakes get compounded. Putin could well be healthy, could well last many years. It's hard to predict events. It can be sometimes circumstances that are unforeseen and or heart attack, whatever. There's a callous direction. It's on the side, both personal power and patriotic reasons. Try to push aside an aging leader. There are many scenarios in which Putin could not last that long, but unfortunately, right now, you could also imagine him lasting that long. That is not an outcome if you're patriotic about Russia. It's not an outcome you would wish out to the country.
I guess it's a very difficult question, but what's practically the way out? The way out of the corruption that underlies the revolution, violence, the violence within or external, or is it is a powerful firing leader enough step in and bring democracy out of the world to Russia?
Well, Russia is not a failed country. It's a middle-income country. reverse trajectory. Moreover, violence is rarely ever a solution. Violence rarely may break an existing trend, but it's rare that violence produces a non-violent, sustainable, positive outcome. It happens, but it doesn't happen frequently. Societal upheaval is not a way to always penalize a better path because you need people can protest as they did throughout the and the protest didn't necessarily lead to better. The step protest, the new, strong, consolidated philosophy. What we need and what we see from history situations like this is a group within the power structure, which is a patriotic, that sees things going down. That is to say, that's not being developing relative to neighbors, relative to richer countries, relative to more successful countries. They want to change the trajectory of Russia. If they can, coalition unseat the current regime for a new power sharing arrangement, which once again can be frustrating because you can't change it immediately, can't do things overnight. But that's the point. Constraints on your ability to change everything immediately, change overnight, is what leads to long-term success. And that's sustainability of change. So Russia needs stronger support systems as well as democratic institutions, open dynamic markets rather than monopolies. It needs meritocracy and banks support loans on the basis of business plans, not on the basis of political criteria, corrupt, bribery, or whatever. Russia needs those kind of functioning institutions that take time, are sometimes slow, don't lead to revolutionary transformation, but lead to potentially long-term sustainable growth without upheaval, without violence, without getting into a situation where all of a sudden you need a miracle again. Every time Russia needs a miracle, that's a problem. It would be not needed. Now, having said that, the potential is there. The civilization is amazingly impressive. It has delivered world-class culture, world-class science, a great power. It's not a great power with a strong base right now, but nonetheless, it is a great power. So I wouldn't underestimate Russia's ability. I wouldn't write off Russia. I don't see it under the current regime, but we can have from within the regime an evolution rather than a revolution in a positive, and maybe get a George Washington here long enough to push through institutionalization rather than personal.
If I could ask about one particular individual, comment, but also to represent actually on this podcast, Gary. So, being well, not chess player, he's also acting true and talent. Him doing what like trying and chapter.
We don't need individuals. Some individuals are very impressive, and they have courage of protest, criticize, and they organize. We need a new parliament to function. We need a court system to function. That is to say, where there are separation of powers, impartial professional civil service, professional, scary. Those are the things Russia. It's rare that you get that from an individual, a Howard president. We had Andrei Sakharov, who was an extraordinary and developed the hydrogen bomb under Soviet Union, world class physicist, and upset about how his scientific knowledge, scientific and rebelled, tried to limit, restrain, civilizing the main restraints on some of the applications of science. But Sakharov, even if he had become the leader of the country, did not was moral, spiritual, still wouldn't have given still wouldn't have given you a service, still wouldn't have given you a function. Need a leader, coalition with other leaders, a bunch of a whole group. They have to be divided a little bit. Not one of them destroy all the others. They have to be interested in creating not not solely or predominantly personal power. So I have no objection to outstanding individuals and the work that they do. But I think it is no term. They need to think that way too.
So if we go back, echoes of that, the Russian Revolution, Stalin, Lenin, Stalin, maybe you can correct me, but there was a group in that same kind of way established institutions that were built in a beautifully built around an ideology that they believed is good. So echoing that idea of what we're talking about, what Russia needs now, you first of all you described fascinating thought Stalin as having amassed arguably more power than interesting thing to think about. Can you tell about his journey to gaining that power after the Russian Revolution? How does that perhaps echo to our current discussion about on and just in general, story like how one man is able to get more power than any.
It is a great story, not necessarily from a moral point of view, but if you're interested in politics, sure, it's an incredible story. We have to remember that Stalin is also a product of circumstance, not solely his own drive. Um, for example, World War One breaks Tsarist order, Imperial Russian state. Stalin no participation whatsoever in World War One. Spends World War One in exile in Siberia until the downfall of the Tsarist autocracy in February 1917. Stalin is in Siberian exile. He's only able to leave Eastern Siberia when that he never fights in the war. He's up towards the end of the war and is disqualified on physical grounds, physical defense. The war continues after the Tsarist toppled capital. There's been a revolution. The war continues, and that war is very radicalized. Peasants land after the Tsar fall, essentially destroying much of the gentry class. Stalin has nothing to do. Peasants have their own revolution, seizing the land, not law, but fact. Fact of not destroying land. There are these really large processes underway that Stalin is live during, but not a driver. Most improbable thing happens. A very small group of people around the figure of Lenin announces that it has power. Now, by this time, in October government that has replaced our local provincial government. So there's not so much power to cede from the provincial government. What Lenin does is he does a coup on the left. That is to say, Soviets or councils, call it, represent people's power or the mass participation power, kind of radical grassroots democracy, are extremely popular all over the country and not dominated by any, but dominantly socialist or dominantly left. Russia has an election during the war, free and fair election for the most part, at the end of 1917, and three-quarters plus of the country votes socialist in some form or another. So the battle was over the definition of socialism and had the right to participate in not only what it would be, but who had the right to. So there's a coup by Lenin's group known as the Bolsheviks against all the other socialists. And Lenin declares a seizure of power whereby old government has failed. Power, the council, known as the Soviets, are going to take their place. And Lenin's power in the name of the Soviets against the left, against the rest of them, not against the provisional government that has replaced the Tsar, which has. And so Stalin is able to come to power along with Lenin in this raging power on the left against the rest of them in October 19. We know as the October Revolution, and I call the October Revolution. The October Revolution happened after. What's interesting about this is that the left power in the name of the Soviets, it retained many times in history power by the left. They fail. It's collapsed. They're tweeted out by the army or forces of order, counter-revolutionary forces. Lenin's revolution, Lenin is successful. Power. They win a civil war, and they're entrenched in the heart of the country, ready by 19. Stalin is part of that. Lenin needs somebody to run this regime in the kind of nitty-gritty way. Lenin is the leader, undisputed leader in the Bolshevik Party, which changes the name to communist. He makes Stalin general secretary of the communist party. Creates a new position which hadn't existed, a kind of day-to-day political manager, a right-hand man. Not because Lenin is looking to replace himself, looking to devise a healthy because this is the spring of 1922. Stalin is named to this position which Lenin has created for us people. So there's been a coup on the left whereby the Bolsheviks, who become communists, have seized power against the rest of the socialists, anarchists, the entire left. Then there's an institutionalization of a position known as General Secretary of the Communist Party, right-hand man of Lenin. Less than 6 weeks after Lenin has created this position and installed Stalin, Lenin has a stroke, a major stroke, and never really returns to full active power before he dies of a fourth stroke in January 19. So a position is created for Stalin to run things on Lenin's behalf, and then Lenin has a stroke. So Stalin now has this new position, General Secretary, but he's the right hand of a person who's no longer exercising day-to-day control. Stalin then uses this new position to create a personal dictatorship inside the Bolsheviks. This is a remarkable story.
Is there anything nefarious of what you just described seems conveniently that the position created just Stalin. There was a few other brilliant people, arguably more brilliant than Stalin. Lenin. Why was Stalin chosen? Why did Lenin all of a sudden fall ill? Perhaps it's a spiritual question, but is there anything nefarious about any of the trajectory of power Stalin took in creating dictatorship?
So history is full of after something power in Germany in 1933 and the Nazi regime gets institutionalized by several of its moves, every tendency is bent into that outcome. Things don't seem related to that outcome are no longer examined unless they didn't lead to that outcome. But Hitler's becoming Chancellor of Germany in 1933 was not inevitable, it was contingent. He was offered the position by the traditional conservatives. He's part of the radical right, and the traditional right named him. The Nazi Party never outright won an election that was free and fair before Hitler took power. And in fact, its vote on the eve of Hitler becoming Chancellor declined relative to freedom. So there's contingency in history. So Lenin's illness, stroke, the neurological and blood problems that he had were not a structured. In other words, if Lenin had been a healthier figure, Stalin might never have become the Stalin that we know. That's not to say that all history is accidental. It's that we need to relate the larger structural factors to the contingent. Why did Lenin pick Stalin? Well, Stalin was a very effective organizer. The position was an organizational position. Stalin could get things done, carry out assignments, no matter how difficult. He wouldn't complain that it was hard work or too much work. He wouldn't go off womanizing and drinking. Ignore his responsibility. Lenin chose Stalin among other options because he thought Stalin was the better option. Once again, he wasn't choosing his successor because he didn't know he was going to have this stroke. Lenin had serious illnesses, but he had never had a major stroke. So, the choice was made based upon Stalin's organizational skills and promise against the others who were in the regime. Now, they could seem more brilliant than Stalin, but he was more effective. I'm not sure they were very brilliant.
Well, he was a competent, actually, at the task of running a government, the executive branch, right, of a dictator.
Yes, he turned out to be very adept. So, if he had been chosen by Lenin and had not been very good, he would have been pushed aside by others. You can get a position by accident. You could be named because you're someone's friend, someone's relative. But to hold that position in difficult circumstances, and then to build effectively a superpower on all that bloodshed, you have to be skilled in some way. It can't be just accident that brings you power. Because if accident brings you to power, it won't last. Just like we discovered Cooper had some qualities that we didn't foresee at the beginning, and he was able to hold power, not just name. And Stalin are very different people. It's a very different regime. I wouldn't put them in the same sentence. My point is not that one resembles another. My point is that when people come to power for contingent reasons, they don't stay in power unless they manage. And Stalin was able to build a personal dictatorship. He was cunning, ruthless, and he was a workaholic. He was very diligent. He had a phenomenal memory, and so he could remember people's names, faces, and this was very advantageous for him as he built the machine that became the Soviet state in Iraq.
One of the things, correct you realize this wasn't some kind of manipulative personality trying to gain more power, kind of an evil picture of the person. Truly believed in communism. As far as I can understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, but he wanted to build a better world by by having infused communism into the country, perhaps into the whole world. So maybe my question is, what role does communism ideology express power in the people time, Russian people?
Right. Stalin was a true believer, very also hungry for power, personal, just as you said, not for power's sake. Not only he was interested in enacting communism in reality, and also in building a powerful state. He was a statist, original Russian statist period. And this won him a lot of followers. The fact that they knew he was a hardcore, true believing communist won him a lot of followers among the communists. And the fact that he was a hardcore defender of Russian state interests, now in Soviet guise, also won him a lot of followers. Sometimes those groups overlap, the communists and the Russian patriots, and sometimes they were completely different groups. Both of them shared an admiration for Stalin's dedication to those goals, his ability to enact them. So it's very important to understand that however thirsty he was for power, that he was very thirsty, that he was also driven by ideals. Now, I don't necessarily everyone around Stalin shared those ideas. You have to be careful not to make everybody into a communist believer, not to make everybody into a statist Russian patriot, but they were widespread tolerant fraction for a lot of people. And so Stalin's ability to communicate those that he dedicated to those pursuits, his ability to drive towards them, was part of his. However, he also resorted to manipulation, also resorted to violence. He lied, spoke out of all sides of his mouth, slandered other people, sabotaged potential rivals. He used every underhanded method and then some in order to build his personal reputation. Now, he justified this instead by appeals to communism and Soviet power to himself and to others. And so he justified it in his own mind and to others, but certainly any means were acceptable to him to achieve these ends. He identified his personal power with communism and with Russian glory in the world. But he felt that he was the only one who could be trusted, who could be relied upon to build these. Now we put ourselves back in that time period. Uh, Great Depression was a very difficult time. Capital mass unemployment, a lot of hardship. Fascism, Nazism, Imperial Japan. There were a lot of associations that were negative with the kind of capitalism that was not 100%, not a monolith, had a lot of authoritarian incarnation. There was imperialism, colonies that democratic rule of law capitalism had non-democratic, non-rule colonies. So the image and reality of capitalism during that time period between World War I and World War II was very different from how it would become later. So in that time period, in that interwar conjunction after World War I, World War II, communism held some appeal inside the Soviet Union for sure, but even outside the Soviet Union, image and reality of capitalism disappointed many people. Now, in the end, communism was significantly worse. Many more victims, and the system, of course, would eventually implode. But nonetheless, there were real problems communism tried to address. It didn't solve those problems, it was not a solution, but it didn't come out of nowhere. It came out of the context that in. And so Stalin's rule, some people saw it as potentially a better option than imperialism, fascism, rape. Having said that, they were wrong. It turned out that Stalin wasn't a better alternative. Markets, private property, law, and democracy. However, that didn't become clearer to people after World War II, after Nazism had been defeated, Imperial Japan had been defeated, Fascist Italy had been defeated, decolonization happening around the world, the middle class economic boom in the period from the late that mass middle class in many societies. So capitalism rose from the ashes, and this changed the game for Stalin and communism. Communism is about an alternative to capitalism. If that alternative is not superior, there's no reason for communism. Capitalism is a style older. People have bad opinions, strong critique of capitalism. There can be appeal to alternatives. That's kind of what happened in Stalin's rule. After World War II, the context changed a lot. Capitalism was very different, much more successful, not non-violent compared to what it was in and the Soviet Union had a tough time now today we see similarly that the image and reality of capitalism is under question, which leads some people to find an answer in socialism as an alternative.
So you just kind of painted a picture of comparison when we think about ideology. What's working better? Do you separate in your mind the ideals of communism, the Stalinist implementation of communism, and again, capitalism, American implementation of capitalism? And as we now the 21st century, idea of a potential political system that will or economic system that operate that is rising up again. So how do we think about that again? Is a communist.
So in Marxism, there was something called feudalism, which was supposedly destroyed by the bourgeoisie who created capitalism. And the working class was supposed to destroy capitalism and create socialism. Socialism wasn't the end state, the end state was communism. That's why the Communist Party in the Soviet Union first built socialism, transcending capitalism. The next stage was socialism. And the final stage was communism. Their version of socialism was derived from Marx. And Marx argued that the problem was capitalism had been very beneficial for a while, produced greater wealth and greater opportunity than feudalism, but then it had come to serve only the narrow interests of the bourgeoisie or the capitalists themselves. And so humanity, the universal class, the working class, needed to overthrow capitalism in order for greater productivity, greater wealth, for all of humanity to flourish and on a higher level. So you couldn't have socialism unless you destroyed capital. That meant no markets, no private property, no so-called parliaments, bourgeois parliaments. So you got socialism in Marx's schema by transcending, by eliminating capital. Now, also called for freedom. He said that this elimination of market private property would produce greater freedom. However, everywhere this was tried, it produced tyranny and mass violence, death, everywhere. There's no exception in the story. So it's very interesting. Marx insisted capitalism had to be eliminated. You couldn't have market. Market was chaos. Planet. You couldn't have hiring of wage labor. Wage slavery. You couldn't have private property. That was a form of in the Marxist scheme, somehow we're going to eliminate capitalism and get the freedom. It turned out you didn't get the freedom, so then people said, well, you can't blame Marx because he said he needed freedom. He was pro-freedom. So it's kind of like dropping a nuclear bomb. You say you're going to drop a nuclear bomb, but you want to minimize civilian casualties. So the dropping of the nuclear bomb is the elimination of market and private property. But you're going to bring freedom, or you're going to minimize. So you drop the nuclear bomb, you eliminate the capitalism, and you get famine, deportation, no constraints on executive power, not abundance, but short. People say, well, that's not what Marx said. That's not what I said. I said I wanted to minimize civilian casualties. The nuclear bomb goes off, and there's mass civilian casualties. And you keep saying, but I said drop the bomb, but minimize civilian casualties. So that's where we are. That's history, not philosophy. I'm speaking about historical examples, all the cases that we have. Marx was not a theorist of inequality. Marx was a theorist of alienation, of dehumanization, of fundamental strength or fetters on productivity, on wealth, which he attributed to capital. Marx wasn't bothered by inequality. He was bothered by something worse, right? Those socialists figured this out. Understood that if you dropped the nuclear bomb, there was no way to minimize civilian casualties. Most socialists who came to understand that if you eliminated capitalism, markets, private property, parliament, if you eliminated that, you would get those Marxists, those socialists became what we call social democrats, or people who would regulate the market, not to eliminate the market. They would use the state to redistribute income, not to destroy private property. So this, in the Marxist was possible because they were accepting market and private property. They were accepting alienation and wage slavery. They were accepting capitalism in principle, but they wanted to fix it. They wanted to ameliorate it. They wanted to regulate it. And so they became what was denounced as revisionist, not true Marxist, not real revolutionary, but parliamentary road, parliamentarian. We know this as normal politics, normal social democratic politics from the European states, from the American states. But they are not asking to eliminate capitalism, blaming market. This rift among the ones who are for elimination of capitalism, transcending capitalism, otherwise you could never, ever get abundance and freedom in the Marxist system. Versus those who accept capitalism but want to regulate and distribute. That rift on the left has been with us from the beginning. The kind of civil war on the left between the Leninists and the Social Democrats, or the pejoratively. We have the same fusion today. in the world today, where people also cite Marx saying capitalism is a dead end, and we need to drop that nuclear bomb and get no civilian casualties, versus those who say, yes, there are inequities, there's a lack of equality of opportunity, there are many other issues that we need to deal with. We can fix those issues, we can regulate. I'm not advocating this as a political. I'm not taking it myself. I'm just saying that there's a confusion on the left, those who accept capitalism and want to regulate it, versus those who think capitalism is inherently evil, and if we eliminate it, we'll get to a better world, when in fact history shows that if you eliminate capitalism, it's a worse world. The problems might be real, but the solutions are worse.
From history's lessons, now we have deep, painful lessons, but there's not that many of them. Our history is relatively short. Do we have a good answer on the left of Leninist versus social democrat, capitalism, uh, anarchy? Do we have to example make better decisions about the future of our politics?
Sure. We have the American Revolution, which was a revolution not about class, not about workers, not about a so-called universal class of the working class, elimination of capitalism, markets, and it was about the category citizen. It was about universal humanity, where everyone, in theory, could be part of it as a citizen. The revolution fell short of its own ideals. Not everyone was a citizen. For example, if you didn't own property, you were a male but didn't own property, didn't have full rights. If you were a female, whether you owned property or not, you weren't a full citizen. If you were imported from Africa against your will, you were a slave and not a citizen. And so, not everyone was afforded rights and actuality that were declared in principle. However, over time, the category citizen expanded, and slaves could be emancipated, get the right to vote, they could become citizens. Non-property owning males get the right to vote and become full citizens. Females would get the right to vote and become full citizens. In fact, eventually my mother was able to get a credit card in her own name in 1970 without my father having to co-sign paper. It took a long time. But nonetheless, the category citizen can expand and become a universal category. So we have that citizen universal humanity model of the American Revolution, which was deeply flawed at the time it was introduced, but fixable over time. We also had that separation of powers, strength on executive power that we began with Thomas Jefferson. That was also institutionalized in the American Revolution because they were afraid of tyranny. They were afraid of unconstrained executive power. So they built a system that would contain that, constrain it institutionally, not circumstantially. That's a great deal. Within that universal category of citizen, which has over time come closer to fulfilling the original promise, and within those institutional constraints, that separation of powers, strength on executive, within that, we've developed what we might call normal policy, left-right policy. People can be in favor of redistribution and government action, and people can be in favor of all government, hands-off government, no redistribution, less redistribution. That's the normal left-right political spectrum where you respect the institution of separation of powers and you respect the universal category of citizenship and equality of the law. I don't see any problem with that whatsoever. I see that as a great gift, not just for this country, country, but around the world, other places. So problems arise at the far left and the far right that don't recognize the legitimacy of capital or of democratic rule of law. They want to eliminate constraints on executive. They want to control the public, diminish the independence of the media. They want to take away markets and private property. Redistribution becomes something bigger than actually that original Marxist transcending. So I'm not bothered by the left and the right. I think they're normal, and we have that debate to a gigantic, diverse country of many different political points of view. I'm troubled only by the extremes that are against the system, plus that want to get rid of it, and supposedly that will be the right path. History tells us that the far left and the far right are wrong. But once again, this doesn't mean that you have to be a social democrat. You could be a libertarian. You could be a conservative. You could be a centrist. You could be conservative on some issues and liberal on other issues. All of that comes under what I would consider, and I see that as the important corrective mechanism. Normal politics, market economy, non-monopolistic, open, free, and dynamic market. I don't like concentrations of power politically, and I don't like concentrations of power economically. I like competition in the political realm. I like competition in the economic realm. This is not perfect. It's constantly protected, invented. There are flaws that are fundamental and adjusted and addressed and everything else, especially equality of opportunity. Equality of outcomes is unreachable and is a mistake because it produces perverse and unintended consequences. Equality of outcomes attempts to make people equal on the outcome side, but attempts to make them more equal on the front end, on the opportunity side. That's really, really important for healthy. That's where we've fallen down. Our schools are not providing equality of opportunity for majority in all of our schools. And so I see problems there. I see a need to invest in ourselves, invest in infrastructure, invest in human capital, create greater equality of opportunity, but also to make sure that we have good governance, because governance is the variable that enables.
I've watched quite a bit, returning back to, I've watched quite a conversation, especially because I speak Russian fluently, I can understand possible translation. I'm, I find the man putting morality aside very deep and interesting. And I found almost no interest to get it at that point. I was very hopeful for the Oliver Stone documentary, and and because I deeply respect Oliver Stone in general, but failure in my eyes, the lack of, I mean, I suppose toss it up to language, but lack of diving person. That's what I saw. My question: if you were to sit down and have a conversation, or perhaps if you were to sit down with Stalin and have a conversation, what kind of questions would you ask? Be televised, unless you want it. Only you. You're allowed to ask not so morality, getting into depth.
very different personalities, very different time periods, and very different names. What I would talk to Stalin about and Putin about are not in the same category. So let's take Putin. So I would ask him where he thinks this is going, where he thinks Russia is going to be in 25 years, 50 years. What's the long-term vision? What does he anticipate the current trends are going to produce? Is he under the illusion that Russia is on the upswing, that things are actually going pretty well, that in 25 years Russia will be a great power with a tremendous dynamic economy, a lot of high tech, a lot of human capital, wonderful infrastructure, and very high standard of living, secure, secure borders, and sense of security and all. Do you think the current path is leading in that direction? If not, if he if he understands that the current trajectory does not provide for those kinds of services, does it bother him? Does he worry about it? Does he care about the future 25 or 50 years?
Deep down, what do you
So either he thinks he's on that trajectory already, or he doesn't care about that. That's the mystery for me. Clever, he has tremendous sources of information, he has great experience now as a world leader, having served for effectively longer than Lenin and Brezhnev's long 18-year reign. So Putin has accumulated a great deal of experience at the highest level compared to where he's going. So I'm interested to understand how he sees this long-term evolution or non-evolution of Russia. Whether he believes he's got them on the right trajectory or whether he doesn't believe that he I have no idea because I've never spoken to you about this, but I would love to hear the answer. Sometimes you have to ask questions not directly like that, but you have to come a little bit sideways. You can elicit answers from people by making them feel comfortable coming back.
just a quick question to that, talking about Russia, Putin's role in Russia. Do you think it's interesting to ask Stalin the more personal question of how do you feel yourself about this whole, about your life, about your legacy, looking at the person that's one of the most powerful and important people in the history of civilization and Stalin, you could argue.
Once you experience power at that level, it becomes something that's almost necessary. It's a drug, it's an aphrodisiac, it's a feeling. You know, you go to the gym, exercise, endorphins, chemicals get released, and even if you're tired or you're sore, you get this massive chemical change that has very dynamic effects on how you feel and its level of energy you have for the rest of the day. And if you do that for a long time, then you don't feel like a drug addict not getting misses. Body misses that the endorphins. That's how power works. That's how power works for people who run universities, secretary of state, or run corporations, fill in the blank. In whatever ways power is exercised, it becomes almost a drug. It becomes something that's difficult for them to give up. It becomes a part of who they are. It becomes necessary for their sense of self and well-being. The greatest people, the people I admire the most, are the ones that step away from power, give it up, keep up the drug, and be satisfied, and be stronger even by walking away from power when they have the option. With a person like Putin, once again, I don't know him personally, so I have no basis to judge this. This is a general statement observable in many people and in historical. With a person like Putin exercising much power for this long, it's something that becomes a part of who you are, and you have a hard time imagining yourself without it. You begin to conflate personal power with the well-being of the nation. You begin to think that the more power you have, the better off the country. But you begin to be able to not imagine, no longer imagine what it would be like to be an ordinary citizen, an ordinary person running the company, something much smaller than the country. So I anticipate that without knowing Chris, he would be in that category at first. But you'd want to explore that question about what's his day like from beginning. Take me through a day of what do you do at the start? What are the ups? What are the downs? What are the parts of the day you look forward to the most? What are the parts of the day you don't look forward to? What do you consider a good day? What do you consider a bad day? How do you know that what you're doing is having the effect? And how do you follow up? How do you gather the information, the reaction? How do you get people to tell you to your face things that they know are uncomfortable so that you might not want to hear those?
Through that window, through that kind of question, you get the window into a man's power. So let me ask about Stalin. Done more recently. Another amazing you had um, the introduction that you know more about Stalin and Stalin himself. Incredible amount of research. Talk to get sort of direct point question Stalin.
I have so many questions. I don't even know where I would begin. The thing about studying a person like Stalin, he's an immense creature. He's exercising the power of life and death over hundreds of years. He's making decisions about novels, pills, turbines, and submarines, and pacts with Hitler or with Churchill and Roosevelt, occupation of Mongolia or occupation of North Korea, or making phenomenally consequential decisions over all spheres of life, all areas of endeavor, and over much of the globe, much of the landmass. What's that like? Would you sometimes reflect on the amount of power and responsibility he has that he can exercise? Does he sometimes think about what it means that a single person has that kind of? Does it have an effect on his relations with others, his sense of self, the kinds of things he values in life? Does he sometimes think it's a mistake that he's accumulated this much power? Does he sometimes wish he had a simpler life? Or is he once again so drunk, so enamored, so caught up with chemically and spiritually with exercising that he couldn't live without it? And then, what were you thinking? I would ask you, in certain decisions. What were you thinking on certain days, certain circumstances when you made a decision that could have made a difference? Can you recall your thought process? Can you bring the decision back? Was it to the past? Was it something you've been planning? Did you just improvise, or did you have a strategy? What were you guided by? Whose example? Picked up these books that you read, and you read the books and you made pencil marks. Is it because you absorbed the lesson there? Or did it really not become a permanent lesson? It was just something that you checked and it was like a reflex. So I have many specific questions about many specific events and circumstances that I have tried to figure out with the surviving source materials that we have in abundance. But I would still like to delve into his mindset if he's instructed. closer you get to Stalin, in some ways, the more elusive he can be.
And especially around World War II, you've already illuminated a lot of interesting aspects about Stalin's role in the war. And to ask questions about how seat of the pants were deliberate.
Oh no.
If I could ask just one question, and you were trained in climate, do you think there will
Unfortunately, yes, there are conflicting interests, conflicting goals. Most of the time, those conflicts. That's why we build strong fact, the enduring fact of conflicting desires that can never be. So, the job that we have for humanity conflicting desires, make them to put them in a context where they can be resolved. But people get there on the global scale. There's always going to be kind of conflict sometimes. What we don't want is conflict among the strongest power. Great power conflict, unbelievably bad. There are no words to describe it. At least 55 million people died in World War II. We have a World War III, war between the United States and China or whatever it might be. Who knows what the numbers are? 155 million, 255 million, 555 million. I don't even want to think about it. So it's horrible when wars break out in the humanitarian catastrophe. For example, Yemen, Syria, and several other places I could name. It's horrible. The scale is colossal for those places, but it's not planetary scale. So avoiding planetary scale destruction is really important. So having those different interests somehow managed in a way that they don't, that no one sees advantage, violence.
and part of that is remembering history. Read your book. Thank you so much. It was a huge honor talking to you.
Thank you for the opportunity. My pleasure.
Thanks for listening to the conversation with Steve Conte. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it. Use code Lex Podcast. $10. $10 will go to First. STEM education nonprofit inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to become future leaders. Enjoy this podcast. Subscribe on YouTube. 5 stars on Apple Podcasts. Support on Patreon from Echo. Now, let me leave you with words from Joseph Stalin, spoken shortly before the death of Lenin, the beginning of Stalin's rise to power. First, Russian. Я считаю, совершенно не важно, кто и как будет в партии голосовать. Но вот что чрезвычайно важно, кто, как читать голоса. It's very completely unimportant who the party will vote or how. What it is extraordinarily important is how to vote. How. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. Following conversation with Brad Sanderson, the best educator, creator of 3D1 Brown, popular YouTube channel, programmatically animated visualization, explain concepts in linear algebra, calculus, and other fields. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. Enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support on Patreon, Twitter. FRIT. Now it's introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after episode. Every ads and flow of conversation. I hope that works for you. This show is presented by Cash App. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends. You can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in seconds. Cash App also investing. Buy a fraction of the stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services provided by Cash App Investing, subsidiary of Square, or SIP. Excited to be working with Cash App for one of my favorite organizations called known for robotics. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of countries, creating a charity navigator. Donated money is used to get Cash App in the App Store, Google Play. Use code LEX Podcast. You'll get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 to the person. Again, an organization to inspire girls and dream. Now, here's my conversation. If there's intelligent life on the universe, mathematics, I think it's probably very different. There's an obvious notation. I think notation can guide with selfish. I think it has everything to do with the form of narrative. Do you think they're basic arithmetic? So I think count, like one natural numbers, that's extremely natural. Put that name to it. Count, you have a notion of repetition, right? Count by 2 times. Have this counting and multiple. I think the way that we use numbers, there's a little bit of choice in that. There's this funny number system called the surreal numbers. It captures the idea of mathematical object very well. Model you with that as the back end of your math, right? And you still have kind of the same interface with the front end of what physical laws you're trying, or what physical phenomena you're trying to describe. And I wonder if the little glimpses that we have of what choices you make along the way, on what different math are brought to the table, just scratching the surface of what the different possibilities are. You have a completely different mode of thought, right? Or mode of interacting. Big notation, key part of the journey. So I think that's the alien part that you notice at first. I think what the thought is going to there's a lot of weight when it comes to things, more so than the credit for. I would be comfortable saying favor or yeah. Favorite. Not about it. We'll be a video, I don't know when, but we'll see. The number e. We write the function x, general exponential function. Notation x implies you should think about a particular number, and you repeatedly multiply it by itself. And then say, well, what's the square root of 2? You're like, oh, well, we repeated multiplication. That's not all right. That's all. Well, but very famously, you have like II, extending the idea of multiplication to complex numbers. Yeah, you can think about it that way. In reality, I think that it's the wrong way of notationally representing the function, the exponential, which itself could be represented a number of different ways. You can think about it in terms of the problem itself, for example, differential equation, which often feels way more insight, trying to twist the idea of repeated multiplication, take its arm and put it behind its back and throw it on the desk and be like, you will apply to complex numbers. That's not, I don't think that's pedagogically helpful. And the repeated multiplication is using the power of I mean, what it addresses is things where it depends on its own value, but more specifically, it depends on it. So, for example, if you have like a population that's growing, and the rate at which it grows depends on how many members of the population are already there, it looks like this nice exponential curve. It makes sense to talk about repeated multiplication. How much is there after 1 year, 3 years? The relationship would be a little bit different. times where, let's say, you've got a ball on a string, like a game of tetherball, going around the rope, right? And you say its velocity is always perpendicular to it. That's another way of describing its rate of change related to where it is, but it's a different operation, not scaling. It's a rotation, 90-degree rotation. That's what the whole idea of like complex exponentiation is trying to capture, but it's obfuscated in the notation. What it's actually saying, like if you really parse something like e to pi I, what it's saying is choose an origin, always move perpendicular to the vector from that origin to you. Okay? Then when you walk pi times that radius, you'll be halfway around. Like that's what it's kind of the 90 degrees, and you walk, you'll be going in. That's the phenomenon that it's describing. They're trying to twist the idea of repeatedly multiplying a constant into that. Like, I can't think the number of human hours, of like intelligent human hours that have been wasted trying to parse that to their own liking and desire among like scientists or like engineers or something that we were, which the notation were a little different. The way that this whole function was introduced from the get-go or framed, I think could have been avoided. Right? And you're talking about the most beautiful equation in mathematics, but it's still pretty mysterious. Like no, you're making it seem like it's a notation. No, it's not mysterious. I think the notation makes it mysterious. I don't think it's. I think the fact that it represents it's pretty. It's not like the most beautiful thing in the world, but it's quite pretty. The idea that if you take the linear operation of a 90-degree rotation, and then you do this general exponentiation thing to it, are all the other kinds of rotations, which is basically to say if your velocity vector is perpendicular to your position vector, you walk in a circle. It's pretty. It's not the most beautiful thing in the world, but it's quite pretty. The beauty of it, I think, comes from perhaps the awkwardness of the notation. Also, never let it together nicely because you have like several. Well, I think in a sense, historically, that was true. Like the number e is significant. It shows up in probability all the time. It shows up in calculus all the time. It is significant. You're seeing it sort of mated with pi, the geometric constant pi, like the imaginary number and such. I think what's really happening is the way that it shows up is when you have things like exponential, right? Relation that something's rate of change has to itself is equal scaling, right? A similar law also describes circular motion. Because we have math notation, the residue of how it shows up in the context of self-reinforcing growth, like a population growing or compound interest, constant associated with that awkwardly placed into the context of how rotation comes about. They both come from similar equations. And so what we see in the pi general a little bit close to with natural representation, I would think. Here's how I would describe the relationship. You've got a very important function you might call x. It's like the exponential function. If you plug in 1, you get this nice constant called b, probability in calculus. If you try to move in the imaginary direction, it's periodic, and the period is tau. Constant associated with the central function. But for kind of unrelated reasons, right? Not unrelated, but like orthogonal reasons. One of them is what happens when we move in the real direction. One is what happens when we move in the imaginary direction. And like, yeah, those are related. Not as related as the famous equation think it is. Sort of putting all the children in one bed and I'd like to sleep in separate beds. They have the choice, but you see them all there. There is a family resemblance, but it's not that. So actually, think of it as a function. The better idea. That's a notational idea. And, yeah, and like here's the thing. The constant e sort of stands as this numerical representative of calculus, right? Calculus is the like study of change. It's very little cognitive dissonance using to represent the science of change. I thought of it that way. Yeah. Right? Yeah. It makes sense why the notation came about that way, because it's the first way that in the context of things like population growth or compound interest, it's about that repeated multiplication. It's definitely nicer. But it's more that that's the first application of what turned out to be a much more general function. Telling in life your actual question asked about would have come to recognize being much more significant in this case, which lends itself to repeated multiplication and multiplication. But jump back for a second, Elliot. nature of our universe. I question. Yeah, that's mental. That method. All the problem and from that 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 but more positive kind of of yeah, pretty much for the vision. No, I really think I like about it. Even though I for me, I just told no, no, it's like the three stuff I mean, you even understand it to have fun. Yeah, that's what you're saying. There's some people does it does always back to world and mathematics that just a term. You gotta be given. You look at how we formalize this, right? How we metric on it. I agree. But metric or two came from this clause. Other can have other knows wouldn't agree. We have a site discovery that we call our that there the RT thing that idea discovery. Those discoveries might be site what else would be done. So I think not not that then yeah I'm on that now. I wow and I look at the world as perhaps we can to the regular mathematics that allows to invent frameworks understanding our physical. What do you think of it? What is mathematics of abstraction over understanding world? I think why diversity picture puzzle. It might be turned out that the combinatoric. Love the idea of trying to pure. There are some where try to think about the government will have good example. A lot of motivated by application to not affect the message, just they just pulling in more and more abstract things. Historical. These are the ones technology like whatnot. These are the ones that love to have correct about people from those different veins of motivation path are going to like because someone like Vladimir Arnold that's how he that others, especially who aren't thinking about it's all about abstraction or reality. And it's more of a full world that would actually also happen very what do you think and nature reality so comfortable and situation we mentioned wolf that incredible lying our reality but complexity. I'm asking a million questions. Why is it it could be fine if one of the private mathematical solution like oh, that doesn't that's biology. And of course there's some the way there's like whatever it is like keep the posting on I don't know, man. I'm having a hard time
Done. Goner. He's back. Is he back? Oh, it's on like Donkey Kong. Alright, try it. I'll create another one if it doesn't work. Alright, end it. What is this bullshit? They got me.
Whatever highest up level you first some balance that could like the number of levels available. How do you probability on like but I don't like almost assume more probability over all of those nether layers like a Pascal's which giving a low enough prior of that layer. Yeah, but it's also very different by modeling processing power required like our universe like but you can always make that yeah like number 6 and or but basically everything around so kind of make sense of anything look at the sky and look at the stars and leave it all sense of us smallness of us lengthiness of everything that's on this earth coming you could anything could be all laws of probability go out the window. I guess because the amount of information under which we're operating is very low. We know nothing about the world around us, relative. So when I think about the simulation I think about it. But it's also I think the thought experiment think of the power of computation, where the limits of the story, the limits of our current practice about artificial how far can we get? And that's kind of where the simulation about the is a thought experiment. Is the universe just the copy? So the copy. And so it's the same kind of tool we apply to analyzing algorithms that be applied. No, as we scale further and further and further, will the arbitrary power of those systems start to think aspects of our universe? Or is fundamentally different created? Well, interesting in our universe is not arbitrarily large. Our place limits on, for example, it's a stored per unit area, right? Like all of the physical laws got general relativity like coming together to a certain limit on how many bits you can store within a given before it collapses into a black hole. Like the idea that there even exists such a limit is a very least thought-provoking. And I might have, oh, well, technology could always get better and better, we could be cleverer and cleverer, and cram as much information into space. That thing is possible that whatever the highest level of existence is, doesn't admit simulations or ones that are at the scale of complexity. Obviously, there are. I guess what I'm handling is the surprise that I felt that there are the information versus financial. Okay, go off on that. From mathematics perspective, psychology perspective. How do you mean psychologically comfortable with the concept of identity? I think so. Are you okay with it? I'm pretty okay. Yeah. Are you okay? No, not really. I don't know, like how many words, how many possible words do you think like strings of letters? That's a sort of mathematical statement that's beautiful and everything in science, math, and engineering. But my question is, letters and words, the bring words into existence, start like saying them, or like writing them, or like listening them. Okay, so how many abstract words with the idea of abstract notions around terminology? You think about it a lot. Not say that what it's doing, like abstraction is conceptualizing first. You get this raw sense of data. I need something that every time you move your face a little bit, they're not pixels, but like analog pixels on my retina change entirely. I can still have some coherent notion of this life. What that requires is you have a disparate set of possible images that are unified in of that, right? That's a kind of abstraction. And it could apply to a lot of different images that we see, and it represents it in a much more compressed way, one that's like much more resilient. I think in the same way, if I'm talking about infinity as an abstraction, I don't mean non-physical, like ineffable or something. What I mean is something that can apply to situations that there are certain common attributes. Images or based on my retina, there are enough common attributes.
Good morning.
With the single notion of it. Like in that way, it's only such a always had one, right? No more worrying. Always add one more. Really elegant, much more elegant. I could that as yet another abstraction. Yes, indeed. That's what our brain does. That's what programming does. That's what science does.
Good morning.
Of each other. Yeah, there is certain abstractions that go.
Like a light last night. I hope you have a wonderful day. And if you're bored during the day, come play with me. Excellent. Have a wonderful day, Mr. Aquarius. Thank you. Okay. What up, Dory Crypto? How you living? Dory Crypto. Dory Crypto.
I think our mind, unindividualized, you do some incredible just thinking visualize it. Yeah. I don't. I mean, I don't. I would venture to say it's very difficult. Some concepts of mathematics, like maybe multiple dimensions, complex, they're possible for us to like, and it feels dangerous. Part of our toolbox of abstraction. On behalf of you listeners, I almost feel getting too philosophical. I think to that point, for any particular idea like this, with multiple angles of it, I think when we visualize infinity, what we're actually dot dot like 1, 2, 3, 4, dot dot dot. That's symbols on the page that are doing what you're capturing with the design there is I can always add one more. Right? I think I'm just as comfortable as you are if you try to concretize it so much that you have a bag of interesting things that I actually no, not one dot 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 5, 6, 7, 8. I try to get them all in my head, and you realize, oh, your brain really collapses into a black hole. That, and I honestly think with a lot of things that I try, where I don't think of myself as a particularly good at math. In some ways, like I get very confused often when I am going to, and often what I'm feeling in my head is, I'm abstract. I just can't wrap my head around it. I just want to put something concrete to it that makes me understand.
No.
I think a lot of the motivation for the channel is knowing that a lot of things you're trying to reach out there is so hard to connect to anything that you spend an hour banging your head against a couple of pages without not really knowing anything more other than definitions maybe and certain sense of self-defeat. Right? One of the reasons I focus so much on visualization is that I'm a big believer in. Sorry, I'm just really hammering on this idea of abstraction. Think about your layers of abstraction. Right? It's always tempting to start an explanation from the top to the bottom. Okay? You give the definition of a new theorem, definition of a vector space, for example. We're going to start a course. These are the properties of a vector space. But first of these properties, we will derive what we need in order to do the math of linear algebra or whatever it might be. I don't think that's how understanding works at all. I think how understanding works is you start at the lowest level you get at, where rather than thinking about a vector space, you might think of concrete vectors that are just lists of numbers, or picturing it as like an arrow that you draw. Itself, like even less abstract than numbers, could be quantity, like the distance of the x to the y coordinate. It's as concrete as you can possibly get, and it has to be if you're putting it in, right? Like it's an actual arrow. It's an actual vector. You're not talking about like a quote unquote vector that could apply to any possible. You have to choose one if you're illustrating it. And I think this is the power of a medium like video, or if you're writing a textbook and force yourself to put a lot of images, is with every image, you're making a choice. You're showing a concrete example. Concrete example, you're aiding someone's path to understand. Yeah. Just made me realize that that's exactly right. So the visualizations you're creating, while you're sometimes talking about abstraction, the actual visualization is a level example. Yes. So there's an actual, like in the code, you have to say what the vector is, what's the direction of the arrow, what's the magnitude. Yeah, that's you're going. The visualization itself is actually I think that's very important. I also think about this a lot in writing scripts. Even before you get to the visuals, the first thing to think is to I don't know why I just always do. I say the abstract thing, I say the general definition, the powerful thing, and then I fill it in with examples. It will be more compelling and easier to understand with that. And instead, you let someone's brain do the pattern recognition. Give them a bunch of examples. The brain is going to feel a certain similarity between them. But by the time you bring in definition, by the time you bring in the formula, it's articulating a thing that's already in the brain that was built off of looking at a bunch of examples with this kind of similarity. And what the formula does is articulate what that kind of similarity is, rather than high cognitive load set of symbols that need to be populated with examples later on, assume someone's with you. What is the maybe it's an idea you can videos, maybe not. Like pause. Simple idea. Small or big. So I think often the things that are most beautiful are the ones that you have like a little bit of understanding of, but certainly not an entire understanding. It's a little bit of that mystery that what makes it beautiful. The moment of discovery, for me personally, almost the aha moment. Something that really caught my eye. I remember when I was little, there were these like I think the series was called like wooden books or something. Tiny little books that would have a very short description of something on the left and then a picture on the right. I don't know who they're meant for, but maybe it's like loosely children. But it can't just be children because some of the things it was describing. On the last page of one of them, somewhere tiny in there was a formula that on the left hand the sum over all of the natural numbers, like 1 over 1 to the s plus 1 over 2 to the s plus 1 over 2 to the s. Then on the other side,
Right, that's
had a
fine.
product over all of them.
Good.
And it was a certain like it, and you have
Hmm.
something that's as understandable as you possibly get, counting numbers. And on the other side is all the like this related
Great idea.
product function found out. So I'm still there's that well. The more I learn about it, the idea of what represents time, not in themselves, but in terms of another set of numbers, non-trivial zeros. I'm very kind of in over my head in a lot of ways as I try to get. But the more I do, it's enough mystery that it remains very beautiful. Whenever there's a little bit outside of understanding that, by the way, the process of learning more about it, about thought, or yeah, or is process itself. When I was trying to around realizing complex, what led to a video about this titled something like visualizing function. It's one that came about because I thing is try to see what a certain thing looks like. And I look at it, like, whoa, that's decided to make a video about it. Um, but I mean, you try to done as much reading as you can. In this case, I think if anyone wants to start to understand, they have like a math background or something, like they studied
That's
college or
fucking
something like
brilliant.
that. Like the article and that itself has a whole. And like, you try to, I try to understand. You know, possible does doesn't oh, it's not explained. Like I feel very over my head. I try to understand relation because of it, how they really define. I understand it better than I did a year ago. I definitely understand 1/100th as well as the experts on the matter, but slow path towards getting one of it, charming it. Like to your question, very journey. Well, it doesn't feel hard. It has these unpredictable,
Like, what the fuck are we even
very
doing
unpredictable
here?
patterns. Intricate. Kind of another condition. Okay. But yeah, I think we talked to them specifically. They also studying zeros and function, or like something out there, like clearly present or something like that. But that's probably on their docket. Whenever somebody does a lot of, I'm gonna ask a question.
Mobius strip. You mean a toroid? All right, here we go, friends. George C.W. Oh, ew. Stop this. Oh, no.
No, my past. I think that's the entity that I'm trying to emphasize. Is like because it's kind of know. You don't really know anyone other than yourself. So I start with the version of myself that I know who doesn't yet understand the thing, right? And then I just try to view with fresh eyes, articulate visual, it's like, is this motivating? Makes sense. It has its downsides because sometimes I find myself being information that only myself is interested in. I don't know, like I did this project on Quaternion, where what I really wanted was to understand what they're doing, right? Like, and thinking about it, that really answered the question in my head. It was very satisfied and think about the three visual. What are they doing? And so I'm like, great, this is exactly what the past is. And I'm sure what some other people that do. But in hindsight, I think Quaternion are like robotic engineers or graphics programmers who want to understand how they're used to describe 3D rotations. Like their use case was actually a little bit different than my past self, and in that way, like I wouldn't actually recommend that video to people who are coming at it from that angle, wanting to know, hey, I'm a robotics programmer, like how do these quaternion things work to describe position in 3D space? I would say a great resource for that. If you ever find yourself wanting to say like, hang on, what's it? I think it's 4 dimensions. Then come back, but until then, it's different. Yeah, it's interesting because there's incredible manual level, and from my sort of perspective, probably, I mean, I look at it is sort of my field, and I've also looked at the introduction and neural network that has perspectives. It made me realize that there's a lot that you are sort of did an incredible job, but could also do differently and also incredible. Like to create a beautiful presentation concept requires creativity, requires so on. Take it from a bunch of different perspectives. That'd be on your level, realize that. Just as you're saying, kind of have a certain mindset, but from if you take a different view from a physics perspective, from a neuroscience perspective, talking about neural network, from a robotics perspective, pure learning theory perspective, create totally different videos. Done that with a few actually concepts, which have taken different class, like at the Willie equation, right? The different that. I've made 3 videos on it, and I definitely will make at least one more. Never enough. Never enough. If you don't think it's the most beautiful that man. Like I said, as we represent, it's one of the most hideous. It involves a lot of the most hideous aspects of orientation. I talked about the fact that we pi into cow, the fact that we call imaginary numbers imaginary. Actually, wonders we use the eye because of the imaginary. I don't know if that's okay, but at least a lot of people they read the eye and they think imaginary. All three of the facts, like those are things that have added more than they needed to. We're wrapping them up in one equation. Wait, that's just very hideous, right? But it does tie together when you wash away the equation. It's okay, it's pretty, it's nice, but it's not like I'm the greatest thing in the universe. Which is maybe what I was thinking when I said, like once you understand something, it doesn't have the same beauty. Like I feel like I understand oil. I feel like I understand it enough. There's a version that just woke up, hasn't really gotten itself dressed this morning, groggy, getting his bags under his eyes. Yeah, like it's past the like and right, and like we have fun, and it's that dopamine part. Like maybe at some point we'll settle in, or
Yo, what's
one
going
day
on,
into a
Dory?
relationship where like you're enough mystery equation. If you do, the rate at which questions much faster. You could live forever. You don't think mortality life life times is cool if you died at 25? Close to infinity. I think you and I. That's really interesting. So, I think
Tom Heck. Let's see. Is this gonna work? So far, so good, baby. Instagram.
what I love this and you can rolling. I think you're
Oh, what the fuck is that?
and Russian college value novel. Oh yeah, existential threat. Right. That's really good because I mean, quick. I want there to be some kind of aha moment around aha each narrative, edited together. But there's a script and um, as I animate
Turn out the day.
the
And
structure.
the love.
But it's a very
Fine.
understand neural networks a lot harder because you get when you question. What is the best way to learn math for maybe? That's a question for a lot of folks. I don't think
Turn out the day, turn out the night.
their type college format. Well, weird, but like watching no problem. That's a big one. Like the time that you spend like solving
Turn out the day.
and well curated. Going to like a textbook. Has myself kind of not really like the word only for the like I do he does a good job. Thinking of getting the algebra not academy. It was actually a program that like let those ways math is motivated that and I know a lot of people didn't like math. Found it but that I generalized you yourself program yourself. So would you recommend something to try because almost like so one thing I've heard before it might be like a fictional anecdote numbers, but it brings in mind. You remember about 10% of what you remember about 20% of what you remember about 70% of what you actively interact and then about 90%. I think I heard again numbers might be but they ring true, don't they? I'm willing to say I learned
Or stops it.
um,
Oh. What is this juju face? There he is. Doug, you came in and awoke me and then had your phone on for like 4 hours. Did you do it again? Yeah. I could hear what you were saying. Yeah. Everything. Yep. Why are you so mean to me? Are you ready to play? You're not. You're a nice person. What event? At what event were you? Oh, okay. Well, it sounded like fun. I could hear some of it. That's cool. Are you ready to play? Yeah, yeah, it was. But I could hear like you were like spam bot, like some other things, and um, and then I figured you. I was yelling at you. I'm like, Zoot, are you ready to play? Zoot, because you woke me up, and I was like, Zoot, are you ready to play? And then I figured you pocket dialed me or something, and then I just disconnected you. Are you ready to play? Okay. What game would you like to lose at first? Mini golf. All right, well, go charge it. All right, well, then come back in 15 minutes. All right, I'll see you in 20 minutes. That's so cute. Turn out the day, turn out the night. Ricky. Turn out the day, turn out the night. Devil hit you. I'm burning, burning for you. Turn out the day, turn out the night. Head of a fight. I'm tired of giving the devil his due. I'm burning, I'm burning for you. Ahmed, we're in the same boat, big dog. Really? Eat or die. Tell me it's nice. Betty Spaghetti. Love your name, girl. Damn, I could tell like what this is athleticism. Oh, no way. Weird. Weird. Na 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 wa na 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 ha 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 na 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 wa na 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 waka wa wa na 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 na. What did somebody write? Voxel art maker. That's tight. Alright, you gotta dive in. He is right. Adonai, Adonai, Adonai. It's 485. Na, 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 paka, wah, wah. Do, 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 do. Da, na, 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 na. Then wow, 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 have a good time. Life's been good to me so far. Na 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 na. Ba na na wah 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 na 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 na. Ba na na wah wah na wah wah. Na 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 na. Do 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 da na 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 do 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 wa na 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 wa na waka wa wa na 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 wa na 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 wa na wa na waka wa na wa ba na 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 wa na 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 ba na 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 wa na waka wa wa do 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 do. Da na wana 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 na 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 do do da da do do wana wana na 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 wah 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 do 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 wa na na wa na waka wa wa many many ne ne wa na na we foo we foo na 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 ga 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 we na 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 Banana. Banana. Na 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 banana waka wa wa na 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 baby na 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 every time quack 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 na 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 doobie doobie do 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 na 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 have a good time. Bana, yeah, bana, 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 life's been good to me so far. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Do 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 do. Na 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 wow wow. Na 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 na. Baby, I'll come. Na na do 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 wow wow wow. Wow wow. Ooh, ooh. Do 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 do. That's really good. That's wrong.
One of my favorite, best known, first robotics and Lego.
Why no 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 Biggie. No 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 no. Why no no no. Down 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 down. Why no down down down. Na 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 na. Why no no no. Na 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 na. Dibby dibby. Why why.
Now, my conversation,
Baby,
and that's us early.
na 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 na.
Pick you up, your big
Me, oh, na na, me, oh, na na.
now, what do you think about college?
Well, that's a
Surprised me.
Do, 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 do. What are you gonna do? Volume punch me? The dice.
So that Nazi soldier, uh, uh, man, of course, of a lot of,
but what did Jewish people need Nazi? What Jewish as
well,
worthy of
surprised that it was now even distinction between that is loyalty and willingness to be human. That's that's what I think uh, uh, probably the need the Holocaust not but the whole very sharp lesson happened to people.
the effect of the game now Jew.
That those were they were not just
Mother was a mother.
and that that that
Mother was a mother.
almost
So elegant.
I need to back history
some
but in general in war outside of Asia camp seems that war brings out darker side of human nature but also
uh, uh, build very profound up to the Soviet diplomatic
so talk about how we both
How about that one?
thought war or deliberate project one. The risk of asking how tribe characteristics not right.
That was tight.
well I mean the word but it time it's misleading when I call one he's the very best primarily the way described it has a certain way of idea other things that to produce the example I will give
You have to perform some algorithm.
and it takes
Spaghetti, spaghetti, sauce, that's on my banana.
But there, kind of urgent moments at some kinds of great architecture and we share it.
185.
Or do you not think that almost there is an solemn question to be very theorized about this? What I think about is that they get to have that's setting
Every
and
Saturday we work
my idea
and
that
go
we
a dog.
most
Oh, my
well
dog.
and
I have a
there is a
mansion
wiki
for the
very
time.
fascinating
I have
idea
a thing
that
that can
imagine
they tell me.
young facts haven't
I
happened
have a man. I
show
have
well
a
capabilities
thing.
that
Kiss
have
them.
the knowledge
It's
in
hard to see.
now
No.
like so language then us of the idea and many of the parents have done this show us that someone does speak for us and be careful about it, the voice right well and we have because need which it is if we can Bible very slow yeah crossing freedom in many
Ain't got
that
a
end up there being
love
I'm hearing for us things really that driving a car still driving you drive and you're driving for got to you can start that is where you're 65, 66, make it automatic, create a pattern, and that's it. So you matches the experience against the previous pattern. That matches not was all that happens, but it's most of the time it works for you. Most of the time, that's just time that about is well it's always over being an interest well Very along this line, I think our machines are pretty effective thinking it that way. So we're not talking about humans, but if you think about artificial intelligence, do you think all the features and bugs you have highlighted human beings are used for GenAI systems? So perhaps robots
Welcome. How are you, Pimp?
is
What's
that
good?
actually what's happening
Kind of changed this thing.
more like very that is become marvelous exciting.
that's actually really nice to think of current events as actually centralized AI. So how far can we get with if we think of
Well,
deep learning and artificial intelligence?
mind is way, way beyond. I think the thing that things fast transition of so cold that quickly helps now never probably but
Something
and follow Gary Marcus uh, uh, as uh, able she something she uh, that's that's at the moment seems small issue
yeah,
if they absorb they
they're trying to actually them and OpenAI are trying to start get to use neural networks to so assemble knowledge. Of course, causality is temporal causality out of mentioned the benefits of system one is essentially fast allows us to function in the world.
fast
It, you know,
and it has a model work in a sense because really AI model and moderately successful but weak by itself uh, what they can do first of
I think absolutely. I just talked to John not going to hit the networks that ultimately more pattern matching start to look like without significant start. So I'm more with that networks in their capability.
On one hand, I have heard tell studies that when they have a company, they can't do living way. And you're telling me that the current
That's the thing that we're very still. I think there's this idea because you can only see one or two mountain peaks ahead. It might be either more after or thousands more after. Yeah, that kind of idea. Nevertheless, it is the final answer, not fundamentally looking like the one that we currently have. So, neural networks being a huge part of that.
Yeah, I mean, that's pattern matching so much of it.
And neural networks as processing sequentially.
I mean, there is an important aspect. For example, but don't know what that's all.
There he is. How you living, pimp? Dude, remember that time I asked you how you're doing? And you were like quiet? Alright, are you ready? Is your phone charged? That's what I'm talking about. Alright, now here's my first question. How many games in a row do you think you're gonna win? You're just gonna straight up 5? Are we gonna tie any of the games?
No.
You're just gonna straight up win 5 straight games. That's what I'm like. That's the kind of confidence I like, because I like to destroy it. Let's see you, Zoot. I see you, baby.
Okay.
Oh, what a... No, you broke my heart. Oh, what a shot, dude. Zoot, that was really good. Zoot, that was one of the best shots I've ever seen. You did that hole in 2. Nobody does that hole in 2. Oh, look at you. Getting sexy. Zoot, you know you just did one of the most difficult holes to do in 2 shots? Hit that fucking tree. Oh, I am fucked, dude. Make it. Oh, Zoot came to play today, folks. Zoot came to play today. I'm down 2-0. That's the biggest deficit you can be down without losing. Or tying for a loss. Dog. Zoot, you've played a perfect game thus far. Dog, you played perfectly. Alright. Yeah, it did. You can still make it, though. Make it. Alright, I need this shot. Stay in contention. Oh, I fucked myself, Zoot. Zoot won. Zoot. Yeah, but I want the win. Straight up W. No, you're right. They didn't give me any of my favorite holes. Word. Hit that ball, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Were there any sexy bitches there? Just okay. Oh, Zoot. To stay in contention. Oh, no! Zoot won. Garbage, Zoot. Absolute, positive garbage. Zoot, you're a champion. How does that make you feel? Zoot wasn't there for that, but he fell in love with some chick. Make it. Dude, bingo. You almost fucking blanked me, dude. Zoot, can you believe that? Zoot, Zoot plays the best game of his entire career. All right, Connor, I'll send you an invite. Zoot, phenomenal job. I mean, you walked in, slapped me in the face, and walked out with the title. That's what I like, Zoot. Good job, dude. If only you could always play like that. You played like a perfect game. Dude, you played very, very well. That's what I'm talking about. That's a great shot. Dude, let's see what you've got. Word, dog. They all believed you. That's 100% right. You answered the question correctly. 1000%. Dude, I can't believe how well you played that last game. That was like the best game I've ever seen you play. As for this, you two get it, Zoot. Water. I'm up 2-0. Oh, perfect hole for this shot. One of the greatest shots in the history of mankind. Zoot, hit my ball. Oh, Zoot. That's one of the greatest shots in the history of humankind. Connor hit it off the corner. Oh, Zoot, I'm done.
I
Oh,
did the math there, Rabbi.
you did the what?
I did the math there. In 25 years, $1 million the way inflation's going in 25 years, $1 million will have the same purchase power of $100,000.
Yeah, dog. That's why I keep saying, man, I make everybody trillionaires. It's gonna be a, well, it's already happened. You mean first publicly acknowledged trillionaire? It's gonna be a foot race between one Rabbi Rothschild and Elon Musk. All right. Oh, dude, both
I think Mark Zuckerberg has more of
you both just did me in. But this is gonna go in the hole. Zoot, get there, get there, get there, get there, get there, get there. Boo. Zoot, are you proud of that shot? You should be. Oh, this is gonna help me. Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby. Hit my ball. Are you serious? Look at this shot, Zoot. Look at this shot, Zoot. Oh, man, I was almost there. Zoot, are you gonna help Connor? No, don't. Just put it in the hole. Oh, you water bumped me, dude. You fucked me. Connor straight up fucks me. Hilarious. That was a great way to fuck me up. And then I'm gonna put his ball in the hole. Are you serious? That was a great water bump. Yo, pimp. Did you guys elect a koala? Do you like him? Go in the water, go in the water, go in the water, go in the water. Zoot, you need an amazing shot here. You just put Connor in the black shit. And then I put you in the black shit. Yeah, but that gives you guys an open lane. Open lane at the hole. Open lane at the hole. Zoot, you know what to do. There's an open lane at the hole. Just don't fuck it up. You fucked it up. One of the greatest shots we've ever seen. Actually, that's a really difficult shot for me. All right, it's gonna come out to whoever makes it in first between Connor. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. No way Connor makes the shot. Zoot, get second. There were. I've never seen a ball on that little strip just stay. Zoot's going for the win, and he lost. Oh, that looked perfect. That looked perfect. Zoot going for the win. Zoot makes this. He ties for second. Zoot, do you like this hole? Zoot, you're the only person I've ever seen make it in two on this hole. No, you haven't. Don't lie. Bad shot. In one shot? No. Dog, don't lie. Don't lie. You're lying. Nobody, even if you had 10 people, they couldn't hit your ball all the way up there.
No. Where I was.
I don't know if I believe you. That could happen, but you'd have to like help the person. That's a terrible shot, Zoot. Get out of my way. Dude, get out of my way. I absolutely did not. Oh, Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, what are you doing to me? One of the best shots we've ever seen. You know it. I know. We all know it. Dude, do you know the market cap of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu? Do you know the market cap of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu? Alright, that's better than it was. Big shot for Zoot. Too high. Perfect. Connor's still looking for his first win. Zoot, you do whatever you need to do. What's it at? Okay. It's lost its momentum. Oh, wow. Did you know that you had an invitation? Zoot. Zoot, what? Alright, from 0 to 10, how would you rate that shot? Dude, I just asked you a question. 0 to 10. I agree. I don't know if I'd say it's a 9-9, but it's definitely in the 9. Look at the efficiency, Zoot. Oh, Connor. Making a run. Zoot, are you going to blast it? That's what I'm talking about, Zoot. That's what I'm talking about, Zoot. That's too hard. Oh, what a what a fluke shot. What a fluke shot. Make it. Dude, what's up with all these holes where we have to put it through a little gap?
When I
Dude, you were in the middle of speaking.
I do exercise goal, but I'll go from 8 kilos to 10, but 8 kilos, I'll start with 8 kilos, to 25 sit-ups, and then I'll do 50 sit-ups with 12 kilos, and then I'll do 100 sit-ups with 16 kilos.
Are you going to have a good shot here? That's all I want to know. Dude, that was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. I've seen some bad shots. That one was terrible.
But end of next week, I'll take a program picture.
Dude, rank that shot. Seven? Okay. Rank that shot.
Oh my.
Dude, did you know that my ball's in the hole? Zoot, rank that shot. Seven? Okay, now I have to shut you off. Dude, what the fuck? You guys are all both in my way. I know, and then now I have to shut you off. Because your chat is distracting. You just helped him. Dude, he just gave you the hole. Way too hard.
5-7.
5-7-4. Dude, look at this shot. Rank it. I'll take it. It's hard to not have like a shot just right in the spot. Unless you really mess up. Dude, you ready for one of the best shots you've ever seen? Precision, dog. What are you doing, Connor? Don't hit it as hard. Just nice and slow. You don't need all that power. Dude, are you proud of that shot? I wonder if I could fuck you over, Zoot. I might try a douchey move on you, Zoot. Look at this move, Zoot. That wasn't smart. I mean, it doesn't fuck you. You could actually make it from here. Hit my ball in. Nice little shot there. champion. Not a lot of 3 people person games. They have like 2, 4. Alright, we'll play Uno after I beat you again at bowling. No. It should be, though. I don't understand why they can't just make it be 100 people. I agree with you. I'm not proud of my tee shot. You wouldn't get that many tiles, but I agree. Connor, you're up, dude. I know, I saw that. Connor, you playing? Absolutely. Connor, are you done? Oh, Zoot. Are you proud of that shot? It can happen. Can you? Right. And if you do, you could do a lot of damage. He's going to be out in 3, 2, 1. Burn! Dude, are you proud of that shot? Are you serious? Did you think either of us are going to score in this hole? Oh, you got a good shot. That was a really good shot. Roll, baby. Dog. Dog. I don't know. For sure. Ball in the perfect position to get it in 2. Stop. Yours is a difficult one. It's just boom, boom, boom. Alright, here we go. I might hit your ball, though. Come on, baby. Oh, man. That was close. I'm still in the way. That's going to hit my ball. Thank you. Why would you do that? Perfect. Perfect win. Yeah, I do think you care. I think you care more than anybody. Look at this shot. Don't go in the water. Pardon. Make it, Zoot. Are you proud of that shot? Zoot, you're in my way. Watch this water bump, baby. Stop, stop, stop. Dude, let me see it. Let me see the greatest comeback. That was a great shot. Dude, it was amazing. Dude, you know that was a good move on my part. And if I make this, it looks genius. And I made it. Dude, you know that was great play. I don't think either of us have ever made it on this hole. You were censored. I didn't see what that said. You just had three asterisks. Get my ball in. I don't know because Plato is not pro free speech. Oh, look at this shot. Well, what did you write? Okay. Dude, I'm still in shock of that first game you had. One of the greatest games I've ever seen you play. Dude, it's the hole where you've never scored. I don't understand why you. I mean, I get it. This is a long hole. Is it because? Well, I fuck with you at the beginning. I know. Yo, pimp, hit my ball. I know. I'm in agreement with you on that. It's 6:45. Take care, big dog. Literati time, Zoot. Zoot, I want you to beat me at this game. I really do. Because then we'll never play it again. Dude, did you know that you had an invitation? You, you, dude, I don't know. Do you know that you have an invitation? Oh, dude. If this is how you spell this word, Big time. It's a French origin. Are you gonna make it? Are you gonna put something down? Ooh, rep. That was a good word, dude. I know. I mean, we do a little bit. This is like my best start of any game I've ever had. I've played 3. Okay. Do you want to know what word is played most? I'll make you guess it. What word do you think is played most in Scrabble tournaments? No. So that's in the word. No, there's no I in hello. Jizz? No, no, it's not his. Not him. No, it just has an I in it. By? No, it's not by. It's not 3 letters. It is 2 letters. Is his 2 letters? Oh, it is not is. How do you spell psi? No, it is not AI. is not by. It is not lie. It is not mi. It is not oi. It is not pi. Yep, yep. It means like spelled out chi chi. It's like a loan word from Chinese. It's like your spirit or something like that. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Are you sure about that? Thanks, big dog. Ha ha. Oh, no, you're not. Let's see it, big dog. What is that? I love it, baby. You've never won, so I don't know what that's like. Yeah, you did well there, big dog.
Oh,
Yesterday.
actually, that is
I know. That means I'm improving.
why you're talking. No, I'm actually I get some.
I know.
I don't know.
We played Wank, Goon. Finn. Good one, Zoo.
No, that's terrible.
I think it's good. I think it's pretty good.
And I got 10 points. What? Fine.
I was just seeing if I could get a reaction out of you.
Ah, gosh. Right now.
No, you shouldn't. I'm doing really well.
Have you seen how I'm doing?
You could win. Calm down.
Um,
Another 8 minutes. Dude, you fucked me with that.
just lost 12. So, we're still on the same game. Oh my god. Like, um, and,
Look how much of the board has not been used.
half of the board has been used.
I know, but that's not a lot of left.
We can
Then do it. What word?
H-O-O. Sorry, H-O-H.
That's not a word.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Means hard of hearing.
Huh?
H means hard of hearing.
That means that's an acronym. Yeah, it's an acronym. No, that has a word. That we looked it up. It was like I. It means like an exclamation or something. No, but there should be. But then you could just make them up. You could just be like, oh, that means, whatever, whatever, whatever society or whatever. And people will be like, what? I've never heard of that. You'd have to make up your own dictionary. Passport. Now I'm shutting you off. I don't know where to play anything.
I know your favorite.
I won. It resigned. Blitz League. All right. Well, before you go, Blitz League. Sounds like a plan. You know who really likes table soccer? You got it. Oh, I'm fucked, dude. I'm fucked.
I did damage. Alright, can you notice that I've done no damage? Well,
Dude, you fucked me.
Oh, holy shit. I'm gonna really holy fuck, fuck, fuck.
You did like no damage to me. For as badly as you beat me.
I just fuck, fuck, fuck. I think
No, wait, you have 42. You're at 25 right now. Come on. Oh, I got fucked. Dude, do you think you could have the best comeback of your career? No way, that 10 is just about to blow you up and end your game. Told you. You're done. We're gonna play until you win. Yo, pimp.
um,
What do you mean, fuck? You just fucked me.
okay.
I am. Just whenever you say that, just. Dude. Dude. You're I haven't gotten a score on you yet. Dude, you're winning by 4. You're winning by 40.
Yeah, there's fuck, fuck. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
I'm gonna get
That's a big mistake.
what?
Because now I'm gonna come back charging. Oh no.
Yeah, but Rabbi,
Yo, pimp. Shut the fuck up.
oh, oh, fuck, I'm terrible.
Come on, baby. You've got an 8 coming, though. You got me. You got me. You got me, Zoot. Oh, dude, just barely, too. I almost won. Alright, table soccer. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Do you know why they call it the dragon attack? I guess. Not even close. Are you gonna pass it? Oh, I don't know what that was. Look at this shot. You ready for this shot on goal? Are you gonna pass it and try to score? Oh, easy score. What's going on here? Yeah, it is. Just, oh, you guys in the. Oh, what a miss. Get this ball out of here. Oh, get this ball out of here. Oh, that was beautiful. Good job, Zoot. You're done now. You're done. Your reign of terror is over. Dude, your defense is amazing. Pass it. You ready for this, Zoot? Dragon attack. Dude, do you think dragons were ever real? Yes. Are you serious? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, Zoot? Are you proud of that shot? Oh, that was almost one of the best goals of all time. Are you proud of your defense? All right, dragon attack time. Look at this shot, Zoot. Oh, my guy's in the way. Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? Are you proud of that shot? You could score. Miss. And you did. All right, I need a good pass. That was not a good one. You could pass it to your guy. Oh, wow. Okay, this needs a pass. What a goal! I was not expecting that. I've scored every goal in this game, including the one against myself. Oh, almost. Pass it. Are you going to take a shot on goal, or are you going to pass it? He chooses to pass it. Oh, what are you doing? Get this ball out of here. You gonna pass it? He's gonna take a shot on goal. Get this out of here. Pass it. Oh no. If you can get that pass to your guy, it's an automatic score. Passing is so key in this game. Oh, look at this, Zoot. Look at this. I'm going to try to pass it again. Get it. Shot on goal, Zoot. Shot on goal, Zoot. Oh, I missed twice. Let's see it. That was a fortunate goal. I've scored 5 goals in this game. Yeah. Good shot. Not terrible. Shot on goal. Get it. Oh, and I did. I scored every single goal in that game. I got really fortunate with all my goals. All right, darts time, son. You ready for it? Yes, I did. I scored the one that you scored. It came off of my foot, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I said that. Well, you know what wasn't terrible? Winning the game. Oh, what was that? Oh, dude, I'm playing like garbage. Straight up garbage. Yeah, totally different. You're up by 14 points. Round 3, turn 2. Get it. Get that 15. Get that 10. Get it, Zoot. Get that 8 or get that 12. Get that 8. Check out. Oh, way too hard. I got shit on my fucking phone. Fucking me. Check out. We're not going to shit. You are not. I do too. 41. Triple 20. Yep. Do it. Bullseye and a 5. You busted. Now you're fucked. You know why? That's why. I'm at a checkout. Son, you need a bullseye and a 6. Get that 18. Oh, you just missed. Gotcha. Thank you, big dog. All right. I do too. I still couldn't have done it. I want to see you win on a triple 20, a double 20, and a 1. That's the ultimate game. That works too. Check out, son. Double 20 and a 1. That's 1. Get it, baby. You know you can get that. I know you can get it. I know you can get it. Double, triple 7. Oh, you almost got it. That's 2 games in a row. Dude's going first. That's a miss. That's a 20. That's a 20. I'll take that. I love when I get 60 right off the bat. That's a 20. Bust. Oh, I just need 1 point, Zoot. You need a triple 20 and a 1. That's a 20. That's a double 20. Get the 1 and check out. What a shot. Bust. I can't believe you came back. Yeah, I agree. I like going second. What else did you want me to do? Go for a 7? Yeah, I should have. No. You could have the biggest comeback of your career right now. Being down 100. Double 20. Go for whatever you want to go for, baby. Triple 19. Not as badly as I am. Oh, get it. Get this checkout. This 3 is easy. Alright. 23. Not that good. No, it's not. Gotcha, B. I know. Zoots up. 20. 20. We'll see. Triple 20. Triple 20. 20. Get that 7. 7. Get that 14. Oh man. I saw this guy who had like the most incredible dart shot of all time. He hit triple 20, triple 20, and then he threw it again, and it got caught between the two darts and started hanging down on the bullseye and counted, and he won. Like, you kind of have to see it to know what I'm referencing, but it was like the most incredible shot ever. Oh, bullseye. Get another one. Nope. Get it. 60 points. 20, 20, double 20. Thank you. Too high. 20, 7. 20. Oh, I can't believe I missed that. Get that 14. 9. Get that 5. Triple 5 bust. Check out. Gotcha. Alright, last game because we both have to pee. For the championship of all championships. Squid Games, dude. Dude, I started off so badly. Triple 20. You're gonna easily win. Wow, that was so bad. Get that 20. Get that 20. Just end it. Get that 19 and end it. Dude, how did I not get that? Get it. Check out. That's a win. Alright, good job, Suit. Sweet dreams, big dog. That's amazing. I have to piss. Peace out, Girl Scout.
Yeah, so that's a big thing. Beyond grounding physical. So that's okay. Yeah. So like so how you ground and grounding. No grounding. You get philosophical question is what it means to ground. We're very human-centric in our thinking. What does it mean for a machine to understand what it means to be in this world? Does it need to have a body? Does it need to have a finiteness? Have all of these elements? Very.
I'm not sure about having a body, but having a perception system. Having a body would be very helpful too. But having a perception, that's so that you can accumulate knowledge about them. But you can imagine parallel, and there's a lot of the brain, the parallel body. We got that.
And then the flip side of that, children, something in the machine learning world is called active learning. It's being able to play with the world. How important for developing more think it is to play with the world, to interact with the world?
A lot of what you learn has got interaction with the hand to connect. Hand with something that happens in the brain. Brain learns. It's the kind of thing that you get with artificial intelligence. You connect people who operate with artificial intelligence, pretty quickly, at least from what I hear. So we have a system that is ready to go.
At the risk of going into way too mysterious of land, what do you think it takes to build a system like that? Obviously, we're very far from understanding how the way it works, but how difficult is it to build this mind of ours?
I mean, I think that beyond the question, we don't know how many mountains there's a I think that, if you look at what goes strikes me as possible, but I think it's more realistic than that would actually. Service is beyond what work realistic.
Maybe phrase it another way, from a perspective not of building it, from understanding it. How complicated are human beings in the following sense? I work with autonomous vehicles and pedestrians, so we try to model pedestrians. How difficult is it to model a human being, their perception of the world, the distance they operate under, sufficiently to be able to predict whether the pedestrian is going to cross the road or not?
I'm pretty optimistic about that. What we're talking about is the amount of information that the vehicle feeds into one system, into one can get it. Anything that any vehicle comes and multiply like that, there is a lot that you get. So things are very complicated, but and but I think that they'll be able to. I think they are able to pedestrians not for that, but they're able, they're able to get roundabout and into traffic. They must both expect them to react to this and a lot of working that
Currently, pedestrians are treated as things that cannot be hit, and they're not treated as agents who interact in a theoretic way. So,
I mean,
it's a totally open problem, and every time somebody tries to solve it, it's harder than we think. And nobody's really tried to seriously solve the problem of advance because I'm not sure if you thought about the problem of pedestrians. You're really putting your life in the hands of the driver.
Now there's a dance, probably dance, quite comfortable. When I cross the I look the driver in the eye. I think that, that's I would that routine autonomous people and they can better understand it because it means crossing.
So, and there's another thing you do that actually, so I'll tell you what you do. We watched, I've watched hundreds of hours of video on this. When you step in, you do that before you step in. When you step in the street, you actually look away.
Look away.
Now, what the thing is, I mean, you're trusting that the car hasn't slowed down yet, will slow down.
And you're telling I'm committed. Like a chicken. I'm committed. Looking you just have to stop.
The question is whether a machine that observes that needs to understand mortality.
But I'm not sure that understands so much that so and here surprising. I would think that you can anticipate without understanding because I think this is really what's happened lower in bank. A lot of anticipation understanding. So I thought that you didn't the model of the human, the model of the mind, which but was suggesting that I
You do, yeah.
do.
And
Then it's a lot harder.
so this is, and I have a follow-up question for your intuition lies. That almost every robot human collaboration system is a lot harder than people. So, do you think it's possible for robots and humans to collaborate successfully? We talked a little bit about autonomous vehicles, like Tesla, autopilot, tasks in general. If you think we talked about current neural networks being kind of system one, think uh, those same systems borrow humans or do type tasks and collaborate.
Well, me, the actual machine is not raw problems does not you would have to build it to the recognize and all the other stands programs are problematic.
Very true. In order to understand the full scope of situations that are problematic, you almost need to be smart enough to solve all those.
Not into how much time of guesses time of the cast of playing subsystem and alpha.
The question is, just like you said, how many problems are like chess? How many problems are the ones where are not like chess? Where well, every problem probably in the end is like chess. The question is, how long is the period?
That's a question that does turn in autonomous vehicle
and that's surprising.
because it's open. No, I mean, that's not surprising because there is a hierarchical aspect to recognizing the situation, and and that hierarchical
A lot of people think human beings probably cognitive bias. They think of driving pretty simple because they think of their own experience. It's actually a big problem for AI researchers or people thinking about AI because they evaluate how hard a particular problem is based on very limited knowledge, basically on how hard it is for them to pass. And then they take for granted, maybe you could speak to that because most people tell me driving is trivial. And humans are terrible at driving, people tell me. And I see humans are actually incredible at driving, and driving is really terribly difficult. So is that just another element of the text that you described in the psychology stuff?
No, I mean, I haven't, I research just I'm just call it uh, all we know very clear that go endlessly complicated, very constrained. So, and the far fewer constraints, and many more potential surprises.
That's obvious because it's not always obvious, right? Think about
Well, people thought that reasoning was hard. Actually, only vision and the neurons present.
push back on that a little bit on the quickly part. Having took several decades to learn that, and most people still have them. I mean, our intuition, of course, AI researchers have. You drift a little bit outside the AI field, intuition is still that.
Oh, yeah.
No. That.
Intuition, public habit, rather, are, as you said, evaluating problems, solve them, and very little to do solving.
How do you think, from the perspective of AI researcher, do we deal with the intuition of in trying to arguably combination of high investment and the public intuition what led to AI literacy? I'm sure that thing could be applied to tech. That the intuition of the public leads to media hype, companies invest in tech, and the tech doesn't make the companies money, and then crash. Is there a way to educate people to fight the system one thing?
In general, no. Uh, it's going to take a long time. Become public knowledge. And then the expectations are several. The fact that you have a device without a and happening in you have clearly
make judgments on our environment. So this explainability point, you think people can explain stuff
No, but
themselves?
there is a difference. So when you say something, I ask you, why do you do that? Then because and you, but actually, my own, in most cases, that the why you the reason or a story behind that people traffic information, interaction, people.
Just made me actually realize, we'll talk about stories in a second, that not to be cynical about it, perhaps there's a whole movement of people trying to do explaining AI, and really you don't necessarily need to explain AI doesn't need to explain it. You just need to tell a convincing story.
Yeah,
It doesn't necessarily the story doesn't necessarily need to reflect the truth. It just needs to be convincing. There's something to that.
you can say exactly in the way that sounds psychology,
Right.
but the objective
Really.
of having an explanation is tell a story that is acceptable to people, and for it to be acceptable, it must have some truth, but the objective.
Quite brilliant. Yeah. But so on the stories that we tell, sorry to ask you the question that most people know the answer to, but we talk about selves in terms of a life is the experienced self and remembering self. Describe this.
I mean, an aspect of life, occasionally, most of the time, and the experiences better as I would, and most people get those but occasionally, when something ends, but different uh, value memory, panic, not that you or film of an interaction, but in effect, the elements of the story about the episode. So, the experience is that's what I call I of this value. There we go. We have one system of that does, but remember, decision making, everything is covered by our actual covered by the that's that's the distinction.
I mean, there's a lot of brilliant ideas about the pursuit of happiness that come out of that. What are the properties of happiness which emerge from
Well, I mean,
self?
there are properties that probably construct stories. But I studied a few. One is story, time, that highlight how long it later.
happy life based on his properties. What's the optimal?
I gave up. I abandoned research. I could, and this phrase very clear that into makes the remembering makes it. And I asked the question, uh, suppose you're planning vacation, you're just told at the end of the vacation, remember, also the vacation. Turns out vacations not to construct memory, not to have experiences, but to construct. And it turns out that vacation once is not not the same vacation. So I have no solution clearly issue.
And you talked about issue. You talked about sort of how many minutes or hours spend about the vacation. It's an interesting way to think about it because that's how you really experience the vacation outside being in it. But there's also modern. I don't know if you think about this or interact with this. There's a modern way to magnify the remembering self, which is by posting on Instagram, on Twitter, social network. A lot of people live life for the picture that you take, that you post for. And now thousands of people share it, potentially millions. They will do much more than those minutes. Think about that magnification.
I cannot really speak about,
But it's interesting to watch that as you describe.
And to make also because of that I don't know whether feel that in some way the man you don't have to remember number of conversations involved with now. Uh, it's in a way in conversation well it means much less very no changing one that not for ourselves others are changing because of all the and I have no idea Instagram.
Well, I'll tell you, I wish I could have my remembering stuff could enjoy this conversation, but I'll get to enjoy it even more by by watching it, talking to about 100,000 people. There is that can listen or watch this, right? It changes the experience. That you seek out experience should be shared. And I haven't seen the same effect you described. I don't think the psychology of that magnification is described yet. You will.
Sharing there was and you could let your friend
I've been physical sharing theory.
all the sharing and there was the obvious kinds of and there was three channels one of them and
Sartre and Camus, existentialist philosophers. And I'm joking about mockery, but from the perspective of yourself, what do you think the existentialist philosophy implies? So trying to really emphasize the experience itself as the proper way to, or the best way to live life.
I don't know enough. But the emphasis on experience,
Right.
so experience, and not to pass judgment or not to keep score. So, uh,
When you look at the grand picture of experience, I think there's something to that that one one of the ways to achieve contentment and maybe even happiness, letting go of any of the things, any of the procedures of remembering.
well, yeah, I mean, I think, if you could imagine life, uh, feels that would be being, the like kind of question, not, not a very happy uh, but how did that feel? Because I could, and that was my intuition that experience itself, that's reality. But then it turns out for one, nothing. They want memories and they want a story about their life. And so have a theory of happiness.
Thing is, learning, memory, learning about body. You think it's the feature of all good that we that we lack. Victor Frankl describes it comes from World War II. Describes that finding finding a life positive one. First of all, deep philosophy describes there
I can see somebody that and I would have five, and I'm not sure how I see five perfect. And only this is a this is character just then five that makes the ones that divide the kind of people kind of
you don't think primary interesting. Very and some people say, for example, while taking care of body, but it's more cause the story with function of taking jumping around a bit and doing a lot of experiments. Ask the question, most of the work I do for in the real world, most of the clean designs you can do in a lab. That distinction, do you think we can understand the fundamentals of human behavior in the lab? Talk about people damage, for example, which lighting, yeah, right? So driving, lighting variation, is most used lamp, but in the lab, as I mentioned, I mean, autonomous driving don't capture honest behavior in that particular domain. So, what's your intuition? Or behavior can we study in this control environment? Their conclusions of then you have to jump deep.
Fuck.
So, and that's just very just worth mind. That's similar to I mean, I understand that and you have this thing you can repeat in the device. Others, the heart potentially. You know, it's trying to like you have to find out how you vibration and humor and your idea of imagine one of us the other one. I'm sure it's just old laws and find more have almost never had the experience. You have not had it maybe asking like, how does one find love? But you have to look it, and I think I'm happy to kill method, method, and also method. Their advice who also violate the law. And using serious emotions might very have to fight lies, collaboration, change, social, real one, mental, like each other, like the way that person is responsible for. Uh, yeah, yeah, I mean, but I already noticed that, you know, growing up here, started to feel more information, started to emerge. Instead of processing, process curiosity, talking to people about problems, just about anything, all things. Oh, and I knew that was following your curiosity around and technology. The, the dramatic sounding terminology of replication crisis, but really the at times this fact that I'm studying not and not generalize it. So I'm actually not how bad it is, right? So what do you think is worse? Where do you think happens? Um, that there is a distinction, but so the state has to experiment. Some people should subject of other methods as of things, and that's the core you imagine of theory that I haven't realized, and it's actually cause of that. We have no idea about the when it's all past when you are in the experiment and do something
and it feels powerful. I've written about the focus. When you think about something, more important than it is.
More important than it really is, but if you don't see that effect, the studies, doesn't that mean support that? What's I guess?
Well, I mean, the people trust me. Both way out there in you before. I mean, experiment that with you. Just by the time you've done it, run the exams out of interested is Apple before people feel they run and it's going to remain that done it.
I have a hope for like there.
Yeah.
I give a hope for the internet.
Well, no, that's Apple. They rely on how it but that's been they call it the third FTP training field. Any method makes it very cheesy.
There other guys know how big neural networks is the problem. So let me ask you a quick question. Uh, how big subject that we have for the
Well, the visual you know, classic result visual colors that they're not too I think it's one of the line, but off the top of mind. But on vision, you know, you
these factors
use
strong?
any all the some type logical experiment. Uh, so love also money, and that's one of the power.
Is the 15 subject as subject
Well, those standard number of subjects color and we can take any that that's older time.
what are the major theories and effects that your career that's today?
Well,
You've worked on several fields. What's out there specific that pops into mind?
one controversy like
Talk about it.
well, I mean, name it. Well, then that's one I
But is there open questions even in your own mind? Once in a while, you know, we talked about semi-autonomous vehicles. My own mind that data well constantly foreign. You have things where you studies and found something. You're also foreign about what maybe this disagreements within your own mind about what one of the interesting change the mind. One thing about time, contract drive, in other ways, and those on your very have a right message on that, thinking about science, about politics, thinking about things that have impact on this world, how to your mind. That matter political change and by very does lead to live to have but it's much less about so there's one way to mind that's either of what is your mind change. So the guy named Alan Frank came up with Frank I think it's the best intelligence topic. There were lots of questions about, but what do you think uh, they expectation the cure is just all enough conversation, possibly creating a human intelligence that you
not going to be around. And also addiction.
Speaking of silly, bordering on the profound, let me ask the question: in your view, what is the meaning of it all? The meaning of life? These descendants of brains that we are. Why?
He
What
removed it.
drives us? Civilization as a force behind everything we study. Is there any answer or is it all just a beautiful mess? I can't
And I'm not that
answer.
much qualified to know. That's
Why? Bigger than us.
why
Hey, thank you so much. It's an honor.
you
Thanks for listening to this conversation. Thank you to our presenting sponsor. Download it. Code Lex Podcast. You'll get $10. $10 will go to first. STEM education nonprofit inspires hundreds, thousands of young minds to become future leaders. Enjoy this podcast. Subscribe it. 5 stars on Apple Podcasts. Follow on Spotify. We're on Patreon. Connect with me on Twitter. And now, let me leave you with the words of wisdom. No economist. Intelligence is not only the also the ability to find relevant material and memory. Wait, thank you for listening. Following conversation with Anna Howard, roboticist, professor at Georgia Tech, and director of the automation lab, researching human robot interaction, the robots in the home, therapy gaming apps, remote robotic exploration of extreme environments. Like me, her work cares a lot about robots and human beings. I really enjoyed this conversation. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. Enjoy it. Subscribe on YouTube. 5 stars on Apple Podcasts. Follow on Spotify. We're on Patreon. Me on Twitter. Lex Friedman, spelled F-R-I. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episodes and never any ads in the middle. They can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you or the listening experience. This show is done by Cash App. #1 finance app. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends. You can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin. Cash App also has a new investing feature. You can buy fractions of a stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services provided by Cash App Investing, subsidiary of Square and member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations, First. Best known for their first robotics and competition. Educate, inspire hundreds of thousands in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating at Charity Navigator. Donated money is used to maximize effectiveness. Get Cash App at the App Store, Google Play. Use code LEX Podcast. You'll I'll get $10. Ketchup will also donate $10 for first. Again, an organization I personally see and inspire girls and boys dream of engineering a better world. And now, here's my conversation. Yana Howard. What or who is the most amazing robot you've ever met? Or perhaps had the impact in your career?
I haven't met her, but I grew up with her. But of course, Rosie. So, and I think it's because also
Who's Rosie?
Rosie from the Jetsons. She is all things to all people, right? Think about it. Like anything you wanted, like magic could happen.
So people not only anthropomorphize but project whatever they wish for the robot to become.
But also, I mean, think about it. She was mostly engaging. Every so often had an attitude, right? She kept us honest. She would push back sometimes when George was doing some weird stuff. But she cared about people, especially the kids. Like the perfect robot.
And you said that people don't want the robots to be perfect. Can you elaborate that? What do you think that is? Just like you said, Rosie puts back a little bit.
Yeah, so I think it's that if you think about robotics in general, we want them as they enhance our quality of life. And usually that's linked to something that's social, right? Even if you think of self-driving cars, why is there a fascination? Because people really do drive. Like there's a like Saturday driving where I can just, but then there's the I have to go to work every day and I'm in traffic for an hour. I mean, people really hate that. And so robots are designed to basically enhance our ability to increase our quality of life. And so the perfection comes from this aspect of interaction. If I think about how we drive, if we drove perfectly, we would never get right. So think about how many times you had uh, run past the light because the car behind you is about to crash, or that little kid kind of runs the so you have to cross the other side. Because there's no cars, right? Like if you think about it, we are not perfect drivers. Some of it is because it's our world. So if you have a robot that is perfect in that sense of the word, it, about it in more theoretical, right? So I have a question. So, um, that's
I think robotics kind of that all finding thing change but let be able to all
and I think that's one of the problems that what about protection for robotics, the ones that are the most successful are the ones that are quote unquote like I said, wasn't accurate, perfect in terms of how she interacted. I think that's some of the that we really want perfection when we start to adapt to us. We don't really want perfection with respect to 100% accuracy with respect to the things that we just make up anyway, right? And so I think there's what we want and what happens. And we see this all the time, like in my research, right? Like the optimal, quote unquote, optimal interactions are when the robot is adapting, not 100% following.
linger on top of your thoughts. Hard is the problem. A lot of that confident from Elon Musk, Amos, all these companies. How hard is it to class?
the big companies started to heavily invest, and there was a number of robotics both corporate driving cars on the road with people, within 5 years. Uh, that was, now people are saying 5 years, 2 years. Some are saying never. I think the um, environment where you still have some anomalous places, people walking, less stores. You don't have other drivers, right? Like other dedicated. Whereas people is, I mean, you can live back in the day, right? It was a fixed environment. Things were not part of the we're not like like we can carve out areas that are closer to that then I think where we are. So have self-driving cars and make protection students don't get in front. They want to see like having a I think that's right. Not by of
That's also thought about our common that's about system our driver us tries to navigate. There's some those hilarious drive environment, but it's a beautiful non-verbal the work that you do
so yeah,
figure out
I did same with gadgets, right? So I say the gadget that happens and yeah, I just want to
what's your experience like? I mean, you're mobile interaction, honest expert. What does it feel
what are the fascinating things? Also, I'm hyper alert, right? I'm hyper alert. Like my oh okay, I'm ready to take over. Even I'm in my car, things like automated battery. So there's automated battery to our cars. Our out of your garage. Um, I don't put it on the freeway, right? I can I can feel like as I'm in that yeah, that is there. Like I can hear it there. I'm on time and it does better. Like I all of the people setting it on. Every time it comes on, it's better. So I think that's
if you're still not
yeah.
and you're like on the highway as a robotic watch what how do you explain it? Big part like where you just enjoy exploring technology or that's the right actual balance robotic where you use the function found it ultimately positive.
So I think I like I'm an early adopter. right? So when it first comes out, I will do everything. I will be very, very cautious how I.
Do you read about it or do you explore it by did you sort of say, read the manual or do you
Or if I have manual, I find the bad.
almost very confident kind of from where it is now, full of robot interaction, trust, try and go incrementally on what you what's your also I'm
Oh, tight.
by the end of
Oh, tight.
the journey.
And then technology or only way and right because like
Oh no.
hyper or just think about how his lives are. 2 years ago, people were like, oh yeah, that's that thing. Like, of course, like now it's just like, oh, of course, I've been using it correct all this time. Of course, I didn't think that, but now it's very obvious.
So okay, so that's the thing. One is
So one is, I think there will be a group that will, right? I think it'll be cool. There's actually a demographic that's optimal for technology adoption. And you can actually find them. Actually, just based on their habits, based on someone like me, was it a roboticist? Probably right? Early adopter, okay with technology, very comfortable, and 90% I'm just but there is target. The other one though is still have these humans. That one is a harder. And as long as we have people that are that's going to be just because can't possibly map the driver, right? Like as an example, you're next to that car that has that sticker called driver, right? You are like, oh, either I'm going to like go around, like either no, that person makes that make sense, right? How do you map that information? Um, or if I'm in a car and I'm fairly done with the individuals and there's no student driver bumper and I see them hit that, I'm like, oh, that's it, right? So how do you that kind of that experience of basically autopilot?
there's millions of like that where we take little established context might things, probably subtle things about the environment. Well, about time for computer to start going from work out moving.
Yeah. Or even right, like in Boston, how people cross the street, like light on that, and other places where people will actually put the crosswalk.
Seattle or somewhere. And what I've also been in Boston at intersection. So every intersection on Boston timing. I so there's a dynamic behavior that we kind of figure out ourselves. Not we're not able to introspect out, but how we learns it. And so you're saying they're shortcut. They're shortcuts for what done. That's and that's what we like wordplay. Like you necessarily need to build a bird that flies or play. They're shortcuts.
So I think the shortcut is I kind of I talk about it as where so imagine that there's that new smart car, new you know what going to design based on supporting social seeing knowing that there's anomalies, knowing that people are like right and designing it that that would be example. People have very specific try to minimize right like move in right now you have like people so I think that's a way to work when it allows you to collect instances and anomalies but it the safer space more accepting. I think when something in that might happen because we already have this self selection, like people would be I think a little more forgiving.
Overall,
The third is
um,
liability. I don't really want to touch, but it's still
and the mishmash with policy as well. And all that whole
all the
mess. Yes, gotcha. That's we're out of time. Do you think from a robotics perspective, you know, if you're kind of honest with cars, kind of you know, there's all this cars are very in order to navigate intersections, there's a risk taking. If you were to objective function, there's a probability of murder function. You're feeling being well, low enough to be acceptable to you on a natural level. It has to be high enough to be effective, not as you jaywalk. So, I don't think that's the right answer here. How do we solve that? How do we solve robotics danger left?
right. So I think
Now robotic algorithms.
right. So it would be robotic algorithms that are no, it will be robotic algorithms. Developers of robotic algorithms. Right. I mean, one of the things at least in the year and mid, I think people will still be at some point, even if it's like we're not in a state where lots programming autonomous robots. Quite yet.
That's a scary notion, sorry to interrupt. This has some responsibility. This,
I mean, I think that's why the whole aspect of so important, right? Like, because if you think about it, you can basically say, I'm not going to work with like a 9 to 5, right? Like, people can say that's not what I do. But yet, you're programming algorithms that might be healthcare algorithms that might decide what it's not. And they don't. Why? Okay, so that is your responsibility, right? And if you're not conscious and aware that you have that power and things like that, I think that's not a good thing. Like, the ability of robots,
yeah, so it's not an option. Majority of science. It's kind of a hot topic. On what it work on. And then people robotics, well, I don't think about other teams. You can't escape. There's bias. Every
think about when I remember, right? So what did you, as a developer, you had to test your own code, right? Like, you had to know all the cases and out and realize that, like, we probably be I did all this. And so there, what happens is that most developers, we're going to test like a compiler out, and you look at the warnings, okay, is that acceptable or not, right? Like, that's how you developer, and you that good. But I think we need to go back to early when you're a developer, you're developing to be like the, okay, let me look at the ethical outcome of it. There isn't a second like ethical. Um, but back in the early coding days, I think that's where we are with ethics. Back to practice because just developing skill.
yeah, and it's a really that's one one people fortunately and that must I have blood of fortune. The idea of economy will become vigilant on that this this environment. I think that of course rationalizing saying boy 40 I mean they care more ultimately but the reality is you're written just burden very time.
I don't use it as a burden, right? Correct. And I use and not just that like medical. Think about it. Medical doctors, they've been in situations, right? They give up and go. No, every time they come in, they know that there might be a possibility that this might not. So when they approach, like that's in their back of their head. And so why is it that aren't those are right there given some of the tools to address that so that they don't go crazy. So those tools so that it does feel like a burden versus something of I have a great I can be great with it. That's medical, right? Great gift. Developer, great responsibility. This is how you combine.
But I think outside, I actually know friends who are surgeons. I mean, what is it like to take a like medical how to
So a lot of for healthcare. I have not lost personal right, but really teach the value, right? Responsibility, but also pay value. But in order to be good about that, when you come to a decision, you have to be able to say it all that I ask versus I just first widget, right? Like so every decision is actually thought, not a habit, it's not a let me just take the algorithm that my friend did, right? It's a is it have I done my best? Good, right?
you're right, and I think burden is the wrong word. You slightly related public goals about discuss you wise talk for examples
There's a lot of I use
bias.
so bias is um the bias is that we all have about everything particular group habit right we have these so then we problem get a problem
Bias. There's negative.
versus several are aware of your bias but are just having outcome even though you are aware
There could be gray area.
so I always like that there's a think about this um think
Welcome.
something right
Yo, what's going on, Dory Crypto? You can come in here. I want to talk with you. How are you? I'm really into crypto. I'm wearing crypto merchandise right now. This is all crypto merchandise. Let's chop it up. I saw Finding Dory at a drive-in with a hot chick. All right, well, we'll continue watching AI stuff. This girl's fine, dog. Her smile could have licked her teeth. She licked mine. Allegedly.
like we actually Primarily, a little in a child artist by women that are childbearing, right? About robotics, right? Something as simple as I'd like to design a necklace, right? What should material, should weight, should form factor? Are you, who are you going to design it around? I say that in the U.S., so average
Audie, how are you, girl?
different than guys. So
What's good? Good morning. How are you? Would you like a briefing on all that is good in my world? All right. Well, firstly, you're here. Bing. Secondly, all right. So Blue Sky and I are just going at it. Did you ever see Rocky 4?
I don't know if I've seen all of them. Aren't they all the
Yeah, but this one's a little different. This one's with the Russian, and it's one of my favorites. All right. So excellent. So basically, I don't know if I'm Rocky or I'm Dolph Lundgren, but I'm one of them. And I'm going at it with Blue Sky. And so there's this thing. You know what a CAPTCHA is? We talked about this recently. It's the thing that makes you have to prove you're a human. You know what I'm referencing? Okay. So I have been. I again. I think I do more CAPTCHAs than any person who's not paid to do it in the world. Um, but recently, uh, sometimes CAPTCHAs give you alternatives for people who have poor eyesight. And if I haven't said it before, I have very poor eyesight. Um, I have cataracts and I just have poor vision. Fortunately, it's good enough for me to be able to do what I need to do generally. But if I go outside, I have to wear like really dark sunglasses. Usually, it's just bright for me. And when I have devices here, sometimes they're really bright for me, especially if my eyes have been wearing. So sometimes I like to use the alternatives for CAPTCHAs, with which many times give you the ability, instead of like saying like, name all, or like click all the chimneys, or click all the buses, or click all the crosswalks, or click all of the fire hydrants, or the cars, or the bikes, or all the other ones that I can name that you have to do using Google service or some similar. um, they allow you to use sound. So they'll say like, which one's the dog? And the first one will sound like a bubbling brook. The second one will be like meow, and the third one will be like rough rough. And then you put number three. Okay. Well, the one that Blue Sky uses is, they don't offer a sound version. The reason why they don't offer a sound version is because AI has gotten to the point where it can hack through all of that. It's very good. So they have removed that option. So what the company that runs Blue Sky's CAPTCHA system, it's known as HCAPTCHA, they have said what you can do is go through our website and basically sign up, verify your email, and download a cookie. And if you don't know what cookies are, just very quickly, it's like a way for a computer to remember some things about you. The reason why they're called cookies is because the guy who invented them wanted them to have an attractive name, but in reality, they can be kind of bad. All right. So it just depends how they're used. So anyway, um, I go to download this cookie. I've tried it like on a dozen different devices. I've tried it using VPNs. I've tried it using all kinds of things. And firstly, like when you try to sign up, it just says an error has occurred. And I can't stand that kind of user interface. What's the error? What do you want me to do? Just don't tell me an error has occurred. Tell me, like, hey, are you using whatever? Like, use a different email address or whatever. Tell me what to do. So it says an error has occurred. So I use all kinds of different emails. I finally get in to be able to use it, and I download this cookie. And what this cookie says is that, hey, if you install me on your computer, you won't have to do captures on the computer anymore, which is like ideal for me. However, they do limit it, so you can't go crazy. And I would have probably been limit restricted, but nevertheless, I figured I'm doing these things 24/7. Why don't I just try to do this in this situation? Well, when I try to use the cookie, it's downloaded, it's on my computer, it doesn't work. Every time it's still making me do this captcha. So I see that they offer support, and I'm like, well, what the heck? I'm gonna just try to see what they have to say. So I email them, I explain like, hey, I've downloaded the cookie. They're like, you need to uninstall all this stuff and reinstall all this stuff and go to our website and do all this other stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, like, if I were, I mean, I'm borderline legally blind. If I were fully blind, there's no way anybody who's fully blind would be able to do this. And I'm really like kind of standing up for people with disabilities. I really mean this. When I go viral, I want to make it so it's much easier for people because I really do because I feel like it'd be impossible to do. And that means you can't get a lot of enjoyment off the internet just because some developer somewhere doesn't want to do their job. I mean, I really will make it just like we have um, the the American Disability Act. I want the same for. I mean, it really should cover people online. It's just it does, but nobody cares that much because online kind of becomes its own realm. Um, all right. With that being said, I go through all the rigmarole. Last night I'm going through this, and believe it or not, they have like 24/7 support. And if H Capture is watching this right now, your support is phenomenal. I mean, like a lot of times when I talk to these support people, and I've been support, so I know what it's like. I want to just ream them. I want to be like, your shit sucks, but I don't because I know. But sometimes I'll say like, I don't understand how you expect someone with a vision impairment to be able to do this. Well, they get back to me and they're like, oh, it's really easy. You just need to do this, 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 this. I do all of it. I do it perfectly. I do it on 5 different devices. None of it works. So I say to them, hey, why don't you try it? You try to sign up for Blue Sky using your cookie or whatever, and tell me if that works. They're like, oh no, we're not going to do that. We're blah 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 blah. Just do this, 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 this. I'm like, okay, I tried. None of that works. I'm like, guys, why don't you just try? I mean, like, I know you want me to do it, but why don't you just, try? Oh, just do this, 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 this. So I tried this morning, and they're like, they're making me do like we have this back and forth. We must have like 15 emails to each other, and which is really impressive that they're doing this on the weekend. So anyway, I finally just got their last email, and the last email says, well, I sent them a reply, but they said, while H Capture offers an oh, absolutely. Welcome to my world, Audie. So they say while HCAPTCHA offers an accessibility solution, integrators may choose to disable this option. If you still need accessibility support, or if you still need the accessibility solution, I recommend contacting Blue Sky support, which is like, oh, okay, so they didn't tell me that. If they would have told me that at the beginning, if they would have said, hey, you know that Blue Sky might not be letting you use their system, like, I would have been like, oh, okay, thanks. But instead, they're like, no, this must work. This is good. This is all you have to do is these four different steps. Take screenshots, click, like, do all. I did all these tests for them. So I just replied like, put this to me, this in simple language, and they'll get back to me. They haven't yet, but I just sent it like 14 minutes ago, not a long time. I said, oh, okay, so you're saying that Blue Sky may have enabled a feature to turn off the accessibility cookie? Just curious, are you able to get the accessibility cookie to work on Blue Sky? So they'll get back to me and they'll be like, oh no, it doesn't work. And I would be like, dog, I asked you to do that yesterday and 14 emails ago. We could have not had to go through this little tango. But nevertheless, that's where I'm at with them.
Where they have to like make sure like these things at all. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I mean, very rarely are they going to get somebody who has essentially not just had their job, but been the boss of those kind of people. So I know the systems that they're using. I and I don't want to like toot my own horn to them, but be like, oh well, I've done all this and blah 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 blah. No, I know. That's why I don't. Exactly. Well, here's the thing. It's so difficult to contact them. Nobody emails them. I can just tell. Like they just don't. If you're blind, you're never going to figure out how to send an email to these people and take all their screenshots and go through their tests. Like, I really feel like I'm the first person who's ever gone through all of their tests. They're like, wow, somebody made it to the end. All right, well, we don't know what to do. So I I have that, which is, I don't know. I just feel like I'm happy that it's like I'm not losing my mind where they're like, no, it's your fault, that it could be on Blue Sky's end, which is fine. But on Blue Sky's end, if they're doing that, then in my opinion, it can be a violation of some laws, especially in the European Union, because they have a little bit stricter laws in regard to like data and accessibility. That's not my fight. I don't care about that right now, but in the future, I most certainly will, and I want the United States as a whole to mimic the EU's policies. We have it in California. It was enacted in like 2019, but that's just for data, and it's just the ability to be able to like delete your data. It's not as all encompassing. All right. With that said, um, I ran into the issue where I mean I just spam people, and I have robots that do it, and I'm just in this game where I'll be able to spam sometimes like 900 times. That hasn't been for a while though. But usually like maybe 50 to 100 times, and they ban my account, and then I've got this like sound that gets made. It goes da da da, and then it just tells me that I have to do a captcha. All I do is the captcha, and then it just does it all over again. So uh, I have run into the issue where they are banning my meme, and that's fine if they want to ban my meme. I mean, I knew I would run into this issue eventually where, they'll ban my meme. So then what do I do? I'll take like somebody else's account who has uploaded my meme, and I'll take a link to that, and it'll show my meme. Then that eventually gets taken down. We're just in this dance where I go, then they go, then I go, then they go. So most recently, um, I have run into the issue where you can't even mention Rabbi Rothschild, or you just straight up get banned. And they even banned my real account, like Rabbi Rothschild at Blue Sky, and I had to like upload my ID to get it back, but I did get it back. But I don't spam with that account, but all my other throwaway accounts, as they're called, um I just keep getting banned and keep going through this with them. And all right, so where are we at? I have a way to be able to spam. It seems like it. I mean, this is a recent development. So I was able to spam like 20 times. Usually, if I can spam like 20 times, I can spam 200 times. Now, I usually can't spam 2,000 times because eventually they will ban me. So um, here's the strategy that I use. If I just have a new account and I upload my meme just as a post, it usually stays. If I use that meme in a reply, it gets banned. If I use anything in a reply with a picture, it gets banned, which tells me on their end, they basically were like, they put in some kind of setting that said, like, if you have a new account, basically like under an hour old, we don't want you to be able to reply using pictures. Why? Because there's this rabbi who keeps doing it and it's driving us crazy. So they allow links. So I've been just sending links. Well, the issue that occurs with my links is they get marked as spam, which is okay. It's not the end of the world because they are still viewable. You just have to click like show hidden replies and then click on the thing and it still shows. So I'm like, okay, that's cool. And I I have just I was looking through like I have like just dozens of people who have said things about me about like why does Blue Sky keep letting this guy spam and they keep getting they keep basically coming up with other procedures to be able to stop me. So with that said, um, I am just thinking outside the box, and as I watch these people, these like great minds in robotics and AI and stuff, it's very motivating to me, and I really think that like this will be studied. This is like I have more data than any person ever. These people would be salivating at this, and eventually people are going to see this, and it's going to be like this um how would I describe it? It would be like watching a great pitcher watch all of the old footage from old World Series as they were like pitching and like getting better and better, knowing eventually one day that they're going to be the number one draft pick, something like that. It's not exactly that, but it's something like that. Or, I'm just delusional. No one will ever find out about this. It's one or the other. But with that said, that's what I've got going on. As you can tell, I'm in pretty good mood just from that. What else did we have happen? Um, I fell asleep. I have this terrible habit that I can fall asleep for 2 hours or 12 hours. I'm a very deep sleeper and I have sleep apnea and all kinds of issues with sleeping. So I can fall asleep. It and But with that being said, this morning I hear this like, you think that's pretty? What'd you say? You think that's pretty? Yeah, there you go. Um, so I have a sleep apnea machine, a CPAP, but I've never been able to get comfortable with it with that mask on my face. Every night I just pull it off, and so I'm like, well, that's just how it is. Um, well, this morning, like 3 in the morning, I hear this faint Australian accent. Like, what is that? And I'm like, I bet that's Zoot. And it's Zoot. And he'd accidentally pocket dialed me. He was at some event at the beach and was just talking to people. And he was just making noise for like in his pocket for like an hour. And I kept yelling at him, Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot, can you hear me? Anyway, um, he came back. To, I was able to tell him, he went and watched the stream to see what he said or what you could hear. And it was pretty muffled. You couldn't hear too much. But I did hear him say like spam bot. That's all I remember hearing him say. And then we had a nice little sleepover last night. You and Connor and Miss Aquarius, and then Dude's been coming in, which is cool. And I don't have anything else to say, but now you know what's new in my world, and I'm going to continue working on these bots. And with some fortune and some time, we're going to go viral. How's that sound? Well, oh, I'm glad that you're here too. So we are. I don't know what episode this is of um Lex Friedman, but it's still the AI podcast. And I'm gonna have to watch these like again because I have them going 24 hours. But I sleep, so like, and I don't go back and watch the old ones. So I'm probably gonna watch them in a couple cycles. I've done that with other things. I've done that with Kill Tony. I've done that with some Joe Rogans and some other ones. Um, but I find these fascinating. Like these are these people are so smart, and it's freaky what they talk about. You know, like digital immortality. Like I hear them talk about it, I'm like, yes, that's what I've been talking about for 3.5 years. Like that's exactly right. And it's exciting to see that they are. It's like a time capsule because they're like in the end of 2019. They haven't had the pandemic. They don't know anything about it, and it's going to blindside them. And it's going to be interesting how that changes everything for them. And like when I watched Kill Tony, that was really interesting because Kill Tony was just in the comedy store in Hollywood, and then the pandemic comes, they had to go all virtual, and then the city of Los Angeles fined the comedy store for having any kind of in-person events, and then they end up moving to uh, Austin. And in Lex Friedman's case, he does this podcast known as the AI podcast, and eventually becomes the Lex Friedman podcast. So it's interesting to see how this evolves. All right. Is there anything else that I want to say? No, I got to work on these robots. All right. That's well, as you as you should. It's it's not the best quality because you're watching it like off of another device. And I'm also I get people who come in here and so I start yelling at them and so I completely understand. I frankly I'm shocked that you even watch what you can watch because a lot of times people come in here and they're like, "Well, I could just watch this on my own," and they do, but you watch what you're doing, you're like, "Wait, uh, this is this is not this is just complete bragging," but you're watching history unfold. One of these days, these people are going to find out what I'm doing, and we're going to change the world. And I'm going to do it through these robots. So, with that, here we go. Oh, one thing. I don't know why. This is just a Google thing. You'll as we watch this, it sometimes pauses, and that means I have to restart the device. And I've been lazy and not actually I haven't been lazy about it. I do want to restart the device, but I don't want it to clear my queue. So if you're like, why do they hiccup every once in a while? It's just there's just something with the browser that it happens. So apologies, I can't control it.
You're not thinking about, well, you have a device. You're going to design, you know, oh, this is my books in my lab.
About it from the very beginning. About that we are deciding has a lot of data, even balanced way. Yeah, would there the other year?
Right? So the data
And so look at it, there was data that collected. I believe I wanted to even have it, and so they had looked at demographics, I believe black and white, and they showed that there was a discrepancy, right? The researchers actually went through the whole analysis, but of course,
I mean, the journals.
this is a problem. So there was this thing about, oh, AI, it has all these problems, with data, and outcomes are uneven, gender, but always thing is like, right, to do better, but first AI, like, like the rest of us, the work that with AI, at least, and that's actually not right. So that's what title, right? And it's always like, oh, we don't need to. I'm like, oh no, 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 no. I want the AI instead of the doctors have decided to do it, right?
I think it's important to hear that AI is well compared to what. So I think our AI base possible and set the bar for action there. Uh, was
And one of the things I think that both for the developers is that can now look at it, right? So it's harder to say hospital is right until someone brings it to the whole, right? So they all this data and say, hey, yeah, there's some issue. Here it is, we've identified it. Next step is I that like wait for someone to do this, right? And so I think that's right. The okay, well, with this, somebody money I look at like she called out and said, hey, and we're like, oh, embarrassment. And the next time, right, better, right? And it was like, oh, here's the point.
I want to say something about this. So, I talk about my experience working in a startup and facial recognition and just checking. Are you there? If you're not, that's totally okay. Audie, are you there? Audie, you are there. I just no, that's absolutely fine. So, I have I just wanted to say something about what she was saying and facial recognition. I want to be an advocate for much better facial recognition. Now, I don't like it. I think it's kind of scary and Big Brother esque. However, the way that it currently works is not very accurate, especially amongst people of color. And I want to help that. I don't, too many times people are incorrectly identified, and facial recognition software is not as accurate with people with darker complexions. And I can tell you that with my experience, we had this app that we launched, and the customer didn't have this, but the person who was the contractor, in order to log into their device, we wanted to make sure that it was the right person logging into their device and not, like they gave their account to someone else, like it can happen with Uber and all of those. So you'd have to do facial recognition. And the darker somebody was skin complected, the less accurate the system was. And it wasn't the system that we designed, it was a system from Amazon. And if anybody's watching this in the future, I'm going to be an advocate for better facial recognition. I don't like it, but I think it's even worse when it's used and it puts innocent people in jeopardy. So, anyway, with that, we'll continue. Keep falling asleep. I mean, that sounded rude. Do whatever you want to do, but if you're falling asleep, go ahead and fall asleep. I just was just saying I wanted to say that because oh, I misheard you. I thought you said my phone was on my face, and I thought you meant like you fell asleep on your phone. Apologies. You did, but I did not want that to sound rude. Thank you for being here.
You know, AI is flawed because it's running flawed. Do you think for that you did, do you have a hope AI a different for running our Congress or being a powerful representative?
So I mentioned that world of partnership. So what is that? I don't, or maybe I don't that we should, but I should be higher, right? Like if you think about it, every president has a cabinet of individuals and they should listen, right? Like that's kind of, and you put smart people with smart expertise around listen. I don't see why in my business or in big things like so maybe there's an AI on healthcare, maybe there's an AI on education, right? Like all these things that a human processing, right? Because at the end of the day, there's people that are going to be. I don't think as a world, as a culture, society, that and what makes it it's not it'll wake up and like I don't know an idea, right? It's usually a okay. I mean, I don't know or how let me
Pretty much, but there's bias.
is how to so right now it's developer or stop this algorithm try to train, and so it's very ad hoc and not systematic. So that's kind of like a researcher like a problem, which means that there's a whole lot out there that's not right. Kind of um, I, I don't necessarily have a solution, but that process I think is done a little better. One way that the corporation, like maybe the corporation, when they think about a product, they should instead of in addition to hiring the
Oh yeah. There's like awards when you find a bug.
yeah, yeah, sure, but let's get like people give the whatever the award is that we give for people who find these people. Find an ethic, right? Like find an unfairness, and we will pay you X for each one you find. I mean, why can't we do that? One is a win-win. People that they're concerned about and they dedicate it also that everybody has their own bias. Like, hey, so I'll find something I'm interested in gender, right? Like,
Need to clear in data Twitter, a lot of fire, permeating it, and sort of a lot of people, sad thing, I know how hard the problem is. Well, the Twitter working hard at Facebook was working. You know, the kind of evidence people bring is basically anecdotal evidence. Or me or my friend always back, and for that we got banned. And that's kind of a discussion of, well, look, that's not a context that represents anecdotal evidence. And how are you supposed to company in a healthy way have a discourse about what is ethical, what algorithm, what or just blown every outrage about a particular other is very sexual data way. You have a whole company like Twitter.
so I think a couple of things going on, right? First off, uh, remember this whole aspect of becoming reliant on technology. We're also reliant on a lot of apps and resources that are provided, right? So some of it is kind of, I need you, right? And you're not working for me, right? But I think some of it, and I wish that some of it is like, oh, we'll figure it out. No, that's like, okay, I'm a fox, and I'm going to watch the trend because I problem that foxes no, right? Like you, if you get citizens to say, look, we have a problem, and we are willing to open ourselves up for others to come in and look at it and not try to fix it. Then how? There's conflict of interest. If I find something, I'm probably going to want to fix it and hope the media won't pick it up, right? That can cause this. Someone inside is going to be mad at you. They go out and talk about how, yeah, they send the resumes for me because it right, like famous people, like the same. Have it community, help us fix it, and we will give you like the bug finder fee. You do.
Do you have a hope that the community, us, the civilization, holds and can be trusted?
I think right. And there were some dark times in history. I think now we're in dark can't just do that, right? So if it was just do that, I'd be like, yeah, and so I work, but I mentally that, right? And why do I say that? Because anytime there's a scenario where people are engaged, I was in Atlanta and getting talk about that. People at the time getting closed for snow, but it was ice. It was pretty close. You had people opening up and hey, you have nowhere to go. Come to my house, right? Hotels were just saying like people on the floor. Like places like the grocery stores were like, hey, there was no like, oh, how much are you gonna pay? It was like like right home. And I was a point I was like, you know what?
That reveals a love. It's that when all that is there, I'll be bored of drama. That's almost a sign of is that watch Twitter and Facebook are actually taking advantage of that and platform driven
People that.
love to sell well. Started your curiosity also have or asking you questions there. Have you happen to have obviously obviously okay. You think Hell 9000 we were talking about that? Do you think oh did the right thing the prioritization over the lives of astronauts? How
Yeah. I was
one of the people that would be in charge now like how so how would you
think about what there was right? So we perfection, right? Like what is that? I'm gonna make something that I think is perfect, but if my assumptions are wrong, it'll be perfect based on the wrong. That's something that you know, and it's like, oh yeah. But what that means is that software itself, that there has to be the ability that once it's out there, we can rate it as an F and it fails and it doesn't continue, right? There's some way that it's brought in and that's that's what happened. With Hal, it was like wrong. It was perfectly correct in those assumptions, and there was no way to change it, change this at all.
and the change the fallback would like to ultimately think humans should be uh you know not these turtles AI all the way down and detection.
I still think that again because I did talk about interaction, I
What's just looking back, what are some fascinating things about it that NASA was working at the time in general? What have you gotten with them? What memories of NASA?
one of my first was they were working on a surgical robot that could do right? And this was back in oh my gosh, it must oh maybe 93, 94.
Was like a remote operation.
Yeah, it was the remote operation. And in fact, I find some. So think of it, like now we have Da Vinci, right? Like think of it, but like the late 90s. remember going into the lab when what's that, right? And of course, it wasn't pretty, right? Because technology, but it was like functional, and you had this individual that could use this version of haptics, that surgery, and they had this mock-up of a human face and like the eyeballs, this little drill, and I was like, oh, that one was so outside of my possible thoughts of that done.
And precision and what's that?
I think it was the precision. It was the kind of time that I had physically seen this robot machine and interface, right? Versus manufacturing problems. This was like, oh, this is in a person, as a person, in a robot. Like, it's the same.
See them in person, right? For me, like transforming. I mean, that's obviously what's getting I like that. That you make all about it. Meeting
I about it. Yeah, so that was a role. Like, I'm a robot. I called it, but my motivation was not a woman. I mean, that was like a simple moment, but I didn't. It wasn't like I was a man. I was like, oh my god.
about it. Read that book. What?
Like, now,
Excuse me.
I think everyone really
But I was probably
okay.
like younger. But we should just think of it robotic. In part capture information or was it
For me, another world, because what fascinated me was the was the parts, bionic parts, the lip, aspect,
very especially drawn to like
like, right? And I even like this aspect that interact, whether people and life, understand us, interact with us at a social level. Um, always a part of that, being able to interact with them as art.
but just to linger on NASA a little bit, what do you think about the memories, but also of robots? You mentioned how, but then incredible robots that NASA something about in our as we venture out those like
Was a different, for example, the rover, the moon, that's kind of exciting. That's like, you know, life is different, right? You know, I really hope there's if I kept a lot, but I would really, really love that world. Like, even if it's just at the beginning, like, you know, voyage, like adventure one.
basically living in space
Yeah,
with what robot what do robots
the data.
well
The data would have to be that wasn't, but
Data is a robot that has human-like qualities.
right, without the emotion shit. Yeah.
You don't like emotion.
Well,
in
so
your
data
robot.
with the emotion shit, it took a while for that to adapt. But and why was that in that emotions? Because of rational facts. And yet he think through even if it was based on an emotional scenario, right? On pros and cons. But as soon as you emotional, one of the metrics evaluation was only emotion. That counted, right? Like and so
Right? We're very
very
so. Isn't that just an early version of the emotion then? I haven't watched much Star Trek.
except I have also built right, and so that is a development process, and I'm sure there's a bunch of psychologists that can go through, like you can have a 6-year-old with oh has the maturity of a 10-year-old, right? Various go through in order to evolve, and sometimes you don't.
How much psychology topic rarely mentioned robotics, but how much psychology can you say when you talk about HRI, robot interaction, have robots that
So we, like my group, as well as a lot in science literature as well as the psychology, because they understand a lot about and developmental milestones, things like that. And so and what what's been done out there. Um, Sometimes what we'll do is we'll try to map that as robot. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. And then when it's different, we have to try to figure out okay, why is it different in this scenario, but it's the same other right? And so we try to do that quite a bit.
say that for robot interaction? You say the psychology artist. Like if you, I mean, it's a funny notion. I don't know if you. I mean, one way to ask it: do you consider yourself a roboticist or a psychologist?
Oh, I consider myself a roboticist that plays the act of a psychologist.
But if you were to look at yourself, sort of, 20, 30 years from now, do you see yourself more and more wearing the psychology hat? Another way to put it is problem robot interaction or is it still robotics, perception, nation, planning,
It's actually the hardest part is the adaptation.
the
So
learning.
it's the interface with learning. And so if I think of like I've become much more of a roboticist slash and when I like originally and I was about the time I was electrical right? Like and then I started realizing that my algorithm is like human data, right? And so I was like, okay, how do I incorporate human data? And then I realized that and had like, it was a lot in terms of how we perceive the world and trying to figure out how do I model human perception for my and so I became a HRI person, robot interaction from control theory and realizing that humans actually you become more of an artificial intelligence guy. And so I see myself evolving more in this AI um, under the lens of robotics having hardware interact.
So you're a world class expert researcher in robotics, and yet others, there's a few, it's a small, but community, but most of them don't take the journey to the age of HRI. So why did you brave the interaction seems like a really hard problem.
It's a hard problem and it's very risky as an academic. And I knew that when I started down that it was very risky as an academic in this world that was want to just develop. We didn't even have a conference, right, at the time. Because it was an interesting problem. That was what drove me. It was the fact that I looked at what interested me in terms of application space, the problems, and that pushed me into trying to figure out what people were and what humans were and how to adapt. If those problems weren't so interesting, we'd probably still be sending rovers, right? But problems were interesting. The other thing was that they were hard, right? So I like having to go into a room and being like, and then going back and saying, okay, I'm going to figure this out. I'm not driven when I go in like, oh, there are no surprises. Like, I don't find that satisfying. If that was the case, I'd go someplace and make a lot more money, right? I think I stay an academic because I can go into a room and I'm like, that's hard.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, maybe you can correct me on it, but if I just look at the field of AI broadly, it seems that human-robot interaction has one of the most number of open problems. Like if people, especially relative to how many more knowledge that there are, it's because most people are just afraid of humans and don't even acknowledge problems there. But difficult problems, all the exciting spaces, it seems to be incredible.
It is exciting.
You mentioned trust. What role does trust from interacting with autopilot, medical context, what does trust play in interaction?
So some of the things I study in this domain is not just trust, but over-trust.
How do you think about overtrust? Like what is trust? What is overtrust?
Basically, the way I look at it, trust is not what you say. Trust is about your. So if you interact with technology on decision actions of the technology as you trust that decision, you trust it, right? I mean, even in my group survey, that things trust robots, of course, follow this robot in as a bird building, of course, right? If their actions and like really does not match what you see or what you think you would like to be, right? And so I'm really concerned about this. That's really at the end of the day, well, that's the impact you. It's not whether before you go onto the street, you put on like self-driving cars.
Outside perspective, the most frustrating. What I read about some patterns, philosophical, it's frustrating how often and how people say claims of any kind of finding distrust behavior, just action, behavior, trust. Everything else is not even close. It's almost like that third comedic poetry that you weave around actual behavior. I trust my what not, whatever actions.
But they're hard.
Yeah.
Probably don't trust them.
I trust them, I'm just pretty sure. No.
Even if you think about cars, I think it's beautiful. I think here at some point, I'm sure I'll really, right? I remember when it first came out. I bet if they had a survey, get in the car with a stranger and see them, how many people do you think would have said, like, really? Wait, even worse. In the car with a have them drop you home. Like, That's now where we are. I mean, right? Oh yeah, my child has to go to school, and yeah, I'm gonna put my car with a stranger. Fascinating how like what we think not necessarily match.
And robots, obviously, all the kinds of robots. Um, yeah, the way you answer, especially if you haven't interacted with that robot before, and you haven't had the experience, you being able to respond. Also, what role does trust interaction? Is it good to trust a robot? What does over trust mean? I don't know how you feel about autopilot, like from a robotics perspective, like still very cautious.
Yeah, so still an open area. Basically, what I would like in a perfect world is that people trust the technology when it's working 100%, and people will be hypersensitive and identify with it. Of course, that's the ideal world. And what we find is that people they tend to, which means that if my first and like that's a first impression, right? If my first technology with robotics is positive, it mitigates any risk, correlates with like best outcomes. It means that I'm more likely to either not hit when it makes a mistakes or faults, or I'm more likely to forgive it. And so the following because technology is not 100% accurate, although it makes it perfect.
How do you get that personal? There's also information about people. You have a sense of how you educate people correctly for interaction.
Again, this is an engineering problem. So one of the study that actually has given me some hope that I was trying to figure out how to put it in. So there was a research study that showed for medical AI systems giving information to radiology about here you need to look at these areas on X-ray. What they found was that when the system provided one choice, there was this aspect of either no trust or over trust, right? Like I don't believe it at all, or a um, yes, 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 and they were this, right? Instead, when the system gave them multiple choices, like here are the three, even if it knew like estimated that the top area you could look at was some place the X-ray. If it gave like one plus other, the trust was maintained and accuracy of the entire population increased. Right? So basically, it was you're still trusting the system, but you're also putting in a little bit of like your human expertise, like, like you're a human process equation. So it helps to mitigate that over trust.
Yeah, so there's a fascinating balance that right.
I haven't figured out again.
Right, it's open. It's exciting open area research. So, what are some exciting applications of bots are actually started a company to talk about the efforts there, but in general also what other space robots interact with.
Yeah, so besides self-care, that's my bias. My other bias was education. I think that well, one we definitely U.S. We're okay with teachers, but a lot of school districts that don't have enough teachers. Think about the teacher ratio for public education. Some districts it's crazy. Like how can you have learning in that classroom, right? Because you just don't have. And think about robotics, being that schools after school where they offset some of this lack of resources in the community. I think that's a good place. Turning on the other is discipline for workforce retraining and uh, dealing with some of the things that are going out later on, job loss, like thinking about robots and an AI system for retraining and workforce development. I think that's exciting area that can be pushed more, and it would have.
What would you say is some of the open problems in education, sort of young kids and the older folks, which folks of all ages who train, to sort of open themselves up to a whole other area of work? What problems solved there? How do you go about help?
We have the engagement, right? So we can figure out the
What do you mean by engagement?
so identifying whether a person is, is like that we what we can figure out and some positive that personalized on any concept, right? So imagine I think about I have an agent uh, and I'm working with kids learning, I don't know, algebra 2. In that same agent and um, some type of coding skill place like that actually, right? Hardware might be the same, different, two different types of graphics, things like how
What do you think interaction? Organic.
I think personalization is important, but caveat is that I think okay personalized, right? And so I can relate as along some certain dimension, then even though it may not be specifically, I can put you in this. So the sample size is how they best learn, this is how they best. Even at that level, it's really, and it's because I mean it's one of the reasons why education classrooms is so hard, right? But there's individuals that are struggling, and you have highly intelligent individuals, and those are the ones kind of left out. So highly intelligent individuals may be disruptive, and those who are struggling might be disruptive because of
And if you narrow the definition of the group, or the size of the group enough, you'll be able to address their not individual needs, but really group, one group.
right.
Right. That's kind of what a lot of Spotify. It's sad to believe probably hard group. Very sadly
You
predictable.
have been labeled.
Yeah, I've been labeled and stuff. Able to recommend stuff.
Yeah, but applying that, there's no reason why it can't be.
Do you have a our education system?
I have more hope for workforce development, and that's because I'm investment. Even if you look at the investments in education, the majority of it has lately been going workforce, right? And so I government investment increasing like and it's some of this here, right? Like AI is gonna come and take over all these jobs. What are we gonna do with all these non-paying taxes that are coming by our citizens? So I think more hopeful for that. Not so hopeful for early education because it's this still who's gonna pay for it and we we're like 18 years after
But on the retraining part, what are your thoughts, candidate, president? automation, robots,
universal basic
in order to support us jobs and laws applied. Like, did you have a concern of the society transforming effects of automation, robots?
I do. I do know that AI, robotics will displace workers. Like, you know that. But there'll be other workers that will define new jobs. What I worry about, that's not what I worry about. What I worry about is the type of job, right? Like, people who graduate from Georgia Tech will be okay, right? You give them the skills, they will adapt to their current job. I do worry about those that don't have, right? Will they have the ability, background to adapt to that? I don't think that I worry, which will more polarization in our society, internationally. I worry. I also worry about not having full access to all these wonderful things AI can do, robotics. I worry about that. Um, people like me from Georgia Tech, from AMIT, will be okay, right? That's such a small part of the population that we need much more of access to beautiful things, whether it's AI in healthcare, AI in education, AI in politics, right? Um,
You're talking about the technology ethics, not just yeah, some romantic question. She goes, one day build an AI system that's fall in love with of the
although she fell in love with so,
you're the
so
we humans
yeah, so I that we design systems where people fall in love with their robot, their AI partner. That I do. Um, actually, I don't like to use the word manipulate, but as there are certain individuals that understand the cognitive science.
right. So I mean, think of all those relationships with love in general as kind of mutual relation. That dance. I mean, maybe it's just a negative connotation.
I don't like to use that
Yeah,
word.
I guess another way to phrase it, getting it algorithm. It could be
Relationship building part. I mean, just think about it. There you have. I don't use it. I heard there are some that the quality. In fact, there's a show I think that tries to help eight people. There's a show that people start to like, what's the difference of men and having a connection, building a relationship? Oh, like there, I can
in terms of robot interaction. What role? Kind of mentioned data, emotion, problematic as well. Like, what role does emotion or things from robot interaction and like love?
so if I ask my agent love that, I think they can love actually just means that about their programming, they might other person on his theirs, situation, right? You look at think about it as return on investment. My return on investment as part of that equation, that person's happiness, has some type of algorithm weighting to it. And why is because I care about it, right? That's the only reason, right? Uh, but if I care about them and I show that, then my final objective function is time of engagement, right? So you can think of how to actually, and so.
But that's not love.
Well, so that's the thing. I think it emulates love because don't have a classical definition of love.
Right. But and we don't have the ability to each other's mind, see the outcome. I guess what I'm getting at is possible learn black. How is that? Hasn't had time was kind of raised the robot saying, okay, well, there's objective function, and they can see how create a compelling robot interaction experience that makes you believe that like love scene. What if the robot starts to feel like there's an entity, a being, a soul there, right? It'll be a future. Hopefully, you won't laugh much at this, but where they do ask for rights.
So I think the future don't address it in the near term, where agents, as they adapt and learn, say, hey, this should be something that's. I hope that we will discuss it for to that point.
So then it's a bad. Like, what is that a negative thing where they ask? Okay,
I guess it depends on what role have you at that point, right? And so if I think about now,
careful what you say. The robots, I'll be listening to this. You'll be on TV. This is what roboticists.
I know, right? And so this is and as I said, I have a biased lens. My robot don't understand. But so if you think about it, and I actually put this in kind of robotics. You don't necessarily think of robots as with human rights, but you could think of them in the category of property, or you could think of them in the category of. So both of those have different types of animals have their own rights as but they can vote, they can rate, they can be denied, but as humans, go to jail, right? So they do have some rights that protect them, but don't give them the rights of like citizens. And then you think about property. Property, the rights are associated with. Right? So if someone vandalizes your property or steals your property, like there are some rights associated with the person. Think about it. Back in the day, and if you remember, we talked about how slaves were property, right? They were not thought of as having rights. They were thought of as property of, like their.
Yeah, assaulting a woman meant assaulting the property of somebody.
Exactly. And so what I envision is that will establish some type of norm at some point, but that it might evolve, right? Like if you look at right now, there are still some countries that don't pass, and then the rest of the world is like, why that makes sense, right? And so I do see a world where we establish some type of basic property rights and rights right. And if it evolves that way, I think we will have this conversation at that time because that's the way our society traditionally has evolved.
Here's the put. Just out of curiosity, Anki, Vivo, robotics, the robot curious, I found works, robotics, we're all amazing robotics companies led by incredible robotics. They all went out of business. Why do you think they didn't last long? Why is it so hard on a robot? Like these fundamental HRI, human interaction, personal
Each one has a story. Only one of them that was that's actually.
I don't understand.
No, I mean I looked at like from the outside. I've looked at their like that's.
Oh, you mean like business wise?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And like I look at that data and I'm like, they seem to have like product marketing. Like,
yeah.
So that's the only one I don't understand. The rest of it was product marketing.
Product marketing. How do you think about it?
Yeah, so although we think robotics, right? But I think just the timing, the clock timed out. I think if they had been given a couple more years, they would have been. But the other ones were still fairly early by the time they got into the market, and so product market fit. I have a product that I want to sell at a certain price. Are there are enough people out there, the market, that are willing to buy the product at that market price for me to be a functional, viable, profit bearing company? So product market costs you $1,000 and everyone wants it and only is $1. You have no product market. Sell it for enough dollars.
Robots, but maybe an iRobot company comment on find the right product. Are people willing to pay for robots? Also, another kind of
About iRobot in the story, right? Like when they had enough of a run, right? When they first started, they were doing vacuum things, right? They were military, they were contract primarily, government contract, designing robots.
military robots.
Yeah, I mean that's what they were. That's how they started, right? And
they still do a lot of incredible work. Yeah, that was the that a lot of money.
Then try to the vacuum cleaner, what I think not like their first run in terms of designing a product, right? And so they were able to survive like that product price, right? And then if you look at the Roomba, the price point now is different than when it was first released, right? Early adopter price, but they found enough people who were willing to fund it. I mean, that's what their loss profile was for the first couple of years. But they became profitable in sufficient time that.
So they found the right. There's still people willing to pay a large amount of money, so over $1,000 for vacancy. Unfortunately for them, now that they've proved everything out, figured it all out, now there's
Yeah, and so that's the next right. The competition, and they have quite a number even international. There's some products out there you go, Europe and be like, oh, I didn't even know this one existed. So thing though, like with any market, I would. This is not a bad time, although as a roboticist, it's kind of depressing. But I actually think about like with all the companies that are now in the top five, they were the first to be, right? Like not the first search engine, sorry, right? Facebook not first, sorry, my right. Like think about it, we were not the first players. Those first players, like they're not in the top five in fortune. Right? They proved they started to prove out the market. They started to started the buzz, but they didn't make it to that next level. But the second batch, right? The second batch, I think might make it.
When do you think the face of
Robotic.
sorry, I take that pretty fast because people keep for some reason. Well, I know why, but it's I think exaggerated trust the privacy on. And with robotics, one of the things you have to make sure is all talked about is to be transparent. You can trust a robot into their lives. What do you think the second batch will cost? 5, 10 years, 20 years that have robots in our homes, robots in our hearts.
So if I think about, because I try to follow the kind of robotic, and right now, and I don't know if they're going to be successful. I don't know if this is a batch, but there's only one batch that's focused on, and then there's all these self-driving. So I don't know if they're a first batch of something, or if, I don't know quite what it is, but there's a number of companies, call them robots, that are yes, some of them have some of the flavor of like robotic, have some of the flavor of like Fury. Um,
Robot.
so basically, a robot working. Some of the companies are focused on manufacturing, so having robot and human working together in a factory. Some of these robots are robots and humans working at home. Like there's different versions of these companies in terms of their product, but they're all. So we think robotics is one of the first known companies focused. I don't know if this is a second batch or this is still part of the first batch. That I don't know. And then we have all these other companies. So I don't know if that's the first batch or again.
There's a lot of mystery. Of course, they the batch comes out, right?
Correct.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we need a uniform.
Yeah. Why do you think people are so afraid of Lego robots? Also, robotics in general. Like, why is that? Should they be afraid?
So I don't think. Um, but with, I don't think we should be afraid that most of us in this world understand that we. So given that now things don't change, be very.
Which is the dimension of change?
So changing, thinking about ramification, thinking about like the conversation, right? It's no longer a, we're going to deploy it and get that, the car that can kill pedestrians that are walking across the street, right? We're not in that stage. We're a, goes out, people out there, weapons. Like, people are now, things aren't there yet, but people are thinking about as possible as then the systems out, robotics, self-driving,
Military.
and military.
Not as often, but really has effective.
Correct. Right. Making sure that they think rationally, when having the conversations, who should pull the trigger, right?
But overall, you're saying if we start to think more and more as a community about these escalations, should not be.
I think that the return on that impact, positive impact, will outweigh any of the.
Yeah, worries of existential threats of robots, AI, kind of the next decade, next 2 decades.
I know singularity. The white concept is that remember, robots AI, designed, it has our value. And I always put this with a parent want them to expand, you want them to experience the world. And then as we grow older, our kids think and know smarter and better and more intelligent and have better opportunities and they may stop listening. Go out and like, think about it. Building them value, building them this aspect of and yes, they're maybe smarter and more have more money, da da da. It's still about this love, caring relationship. And so that's what I believe. So even if like created I and yeah,
Yeah. This your Matrix maybe favorite. I really
yeah, it is and and kind of all the things anyway, and, right? That symbiotic relationship is that they don't destroy, stay in place, right? But think about it. Yes, it has to be happy, right? And in order to be happy, they got to create a world that they live in. That's what um and that had a like had a they they create a world where it's your fantasy life goes perfect, or you can choose to be on your own and like have maybe no but so I think of that as because that's not us being I think about us having chaotic